Woolie, before we do anything else here, I need to know one thing. Is this podcast still the most important thing in your life?
John, you know that there could be no higher priority than sitting here and taking abuse.
It's from me.
Yep. Every month on schedule.
Look, I knew. I just wanted the audience to also know. I'm glad. But that said, Woolie, I just want to take this opportunity to give you a massive congratulations about your second priority in life from this point forth.
It's been a long time coming, and she's worked hard to get to the second place spot. So, silver. What a champ. Good job, Punch Girl. You've officially made it.
What I'll say to Punch Girl, I won't be alive forever.
There's a time limit.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Let's be real. Punch Girl, you give it 4 to 5 years, I'm out of here.
You just gotta sit tight and bide your time.
Okay. Look, that's the bit. Woolie, you had a kid. It's incredible. It's a crazy thing. I'm so proud of you and Punch Mom, and
thank you.
How just you navigate, because we've been messaging back and forth and stuff, and I think everyone in the Versus Wolves community is just so delighted for you, and it seems like it's been a lot, but it seems like it's been kind of awesome as well.
And that's always been what was expected. Thank you so much. I feel like, it is a lot, and it continues to be a lot, and that's just the way it goes, but it's the best. And I've been saying this everywhere, but it is to take home the opening bit here. There has never been a more clarifying update to my life where it's like, oh, none of you matter. None of you matter.
I always kind of felt that way, Woolie.
There is a power gap, where you're like, this is what everything is here. This is what it is,
Yeah, I always kind of imagined it felt like, there's your whole life and you just kind of watch the context window shrink.
Yeah. No, that's it. So, I mean, there's so much to it, but we're going through it right now, and all I can say is, if you hear some sounds in the background from now on, then that's what you heard. There's a space that is going to carry that voice up here, and that's how we're going to do it. And similarly, if I just get up and peace the fuck out, then that happens too, admittedly, this show is not live, so it's not like you have to see me like fumbling ass crack out to down the stairs or anything, but nonetheless, there's just an understanding that life exists now. and while podcasting, life does not pause.
Woolie has to keep a very tiny person alive.
Mm-hmm. And the incredible absolute gangster that is Punch Mom is taking up and the duty of double duty of what we can't switch off while I'm here, so she's tanking it for now while we do this.
Shout outs to Punch Mom, because literally if Punch Mom wasn't game, we couldn't do this. That just doesn't happen.
That's it.
So if you appreciate Versus Wolves, don't mind these two chuckle fucks you're looking at right now. Punch Mom is legit.
Is able to hold it down while we do this, And this is also something where the ability to take a bit of time off of recording and be there to for this very important time to establish how life is going to go from now on, and support, and basically be both parents off to make sure that everything's going okay. I'm super blessed and happy that that's a possibility. you know, and like I don't know how long this is going to go for. A lot of the time off is kind of just unclear right now because it's just based on what the baby needs and what, you know, Punch Mom needs and everything. But yeah, but the idea of just going like, okay, well, I can do a, you know, once a week and once a month podcast in the meantime is kind of like what my schedule sort of looks like for now, you know. But there was never, as much as I did say I'd keep these things going, there was never a promise that my energy levels would be the same.
Okay, I think this is worth addressing right now. So can I make the parasite joke on air, Woolie? Is that kosher? Me and Woolie are both dealing with little parasites right now. His is external, mine is internal. So Woolie obviously is doing the exhausting job of looking after a child, and I have contracted some kind of god-awful stomach bug. And I believe what I said to Woolie before this podcast is the one similarity in both our lives right now is we are both dealing with a strange and unusual quantity of shit, okay? Yep. And at any point during the next 3 or 4 hours, one of us might have to absolutely go charging from this room and deal with that, yep. I guess, is the only way to put it. So, listen, I always like to kind of enforce a low expectation with our viewers. Clearly, you are not watching a premium product. That's never been the case. But this episode, oh, buddy, this is not gonna... I know that last one went down like pretty well. Like people really, really enjoyed that one. And the gravy train's over, my friends. This is good.
Actually, the gravy train starts when you hit the bathroom. But
dude, it's you don't even know how.
Just listen, hey, I've gotten really good at applying the diaper cream. Don't forget to just be generous with it, you know.
Yeah, but you know it sucks, Willie, because like so this one, fuck. Okay, Willie, we had a long exchange about the proficiency of the bidet on the last episode.
Yes, we did.
Mm-hmm. And let me ask you, Woolie, how when you used that first bidet in Japan, was it?
In Japan, that's where I learned.
What was the space between getting the bidet and then you installing your own bidet? How long a period was that?
It must have been a couple months, right? Because I had a weird shaped toilet, so I had to go and figure out at my last apartment like the right shape and size, and I couldn't just get a normal bidet, so I had to go find the ideal one. So yeah, at least 3, maybe 4 months of figuring that part out.
Because there's all kinds of considerations in Ireland to get a bidet with plumb, but just like, I know a better world can exist.
Yes.
And I know a cleaner version of me is possible, Woolie.
Yes.
And so I spend my days filled with a great shame now.
So
did you experience this at all?
It's like the downtime is brutal, absolutely. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know what was going to happen to as well with the home version, but I will say this: it was very nice to learn that like I didn't have to replace, because you don't have to replace the entire toilet, just the seat. You know, that's the nice part, is that you can like some of the Japanese toilets there, the whole thing goes all out, but like realistically at home you can just take the seat off and get a new seat that has the heating and the water and the comfort and the cleanliness. Hold fast, you know, hold true, don't let
the shame get to you.
Don't let the darkness creep in, you know. Fight.
Okay.
You know, a cleanly, bright, new, shining sky is on its way, but you just have to hold on while the night is dark, you know?
Okay, cool.
Always darkest before the dawn.
Always darkest before the dawn.
Yeah. People have been asking me in particular, like, what kind of bidet I got, by the way. Like, that's been one of those things, like, yo, drop the tapes, drop the, you know, like explain what you got or whatever. The one that I got in particular, because the shape of my toilet was weird, is I got a blooming bidet seat. NBR numbers, whatever. 1063, is that what that is? Perhaps, yeah. With a remote on the side. But Blooming is the company I went with, that because it had one that fit. I had a circular toilet seat that it would fit perfectly over. But there's others out there, there's Washlet and all kinds of Kohler is another brand as well. There's all kinds of brands out there, but mine's a Blooming, and I turn the jets up and it does its job. Yeah, wonderful, crucial, incredible. And
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, well, I was just gonna say that in times like, immediately after a child is born, we're both needing as much comfort as we can, because like you're not getting your own hygiene is taking a back seat while you're just 24/7 babying, so every little,
I imagine your time is baby or sleep.
That's it. So every little comfort you can get, is very much appreciated. And these are the times when that little seat warming up and that little jet of cleanliness are very appreciated.
Woolie, like, not to be selfish, but the baby stuff has been hard on me as well, I would say. And like, not. Mm-hmm. Are you gonna let me finish here, or do you want to just dismiss my point outright?
I'm holding.
Okay. Well, I guess like, obviously, like, it is great that your first child was born. Like, that is a genuinely really positive thing, and like, it's been really cool seeing the community celebrate it. But I guess it's hard not to feel like, I am being left out of that to a certain degree, and especially in the light of
all this.
I put together my second anime figure cabinet,
right?
And like, I haven't run the numbers, but I feel like that has gotten significantly less engagement than your child.
The accomplishments are pretty comparable, I have to say. Mm-hmm. It is a very nice shelf, and the light behind it.
It took me a long time to acquire enough nice anime figures to fill that shelf. Like, longer than 9 months, I'll say.
Okay, yeah. No, the journey is finally complete after all this time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No. Listen, hey everybody, don't sleep on the case back there, and please, yeah.
It doesn't matter what figures I have in there. That's not anyone's business. That's fine. Don't worry about that. It's cool.
No. But the effort and it's everyone. I want to take a special moment to congratulate John on the new setup, on the new look, and on the case behind you, and the sign and the lights. They look stellar. Everything looks proper and professional. Good job. You're doing it, and the effort it takes is not unnoticed.
Thank you, Woolie.
Yeah.
Was that so hard?
No, truly. You are going to be a good studio owning person.
Woolie, there's one other little bit of business I want to clear up from last episode as well, and that is, I am not on Grindr, and I don't know if our little bit last episode has anything to do with this, but it seems my face has been co-opted by dating bots on Grindr.
Wow.
Yeah, got that in my inbox this morning.
Okay. Well, first of all, that was your. I mean, listen, you went full steam ahead on that, and it
was a good bit.
Yeah, and then the Torment Nexus did what it did, and took your face. So here we go.
I'm wondering, is this the same as the Fear and Hunger divorce situation, where some shred of that got soaked up by the algorithm. Got soaked up by the AI bots and regurgitated in that form, which like it's like some fucking like chaos Slanesh shit. You know, it's like you have to be careful now about what thoughts you put out there lest they manifest.
You go eat a good steak one time. And now you're the mascot.
Yeah. But I was just like, oh, okay. I guess this is a thing now. But yeah. But yeah, it's strange times, Woolie. Woolie, I watched a movie, and it's called...
Hold that thought. Let's introduce the show.
We forgot that I'm Eyepatch Wolf.
I'm Woolie Versus.
And we are... Versus Wolves!
It's important, but we're a little all over the place today. All right.
Look, we're a little all over the place. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it came through, but the timing on that could have just as easily been "we are." Like, yeah, no, you're right, girl. We are. Yeah. It's impressive now. I think I don't know if I think I mentioned it to you earlier, but just like when you hear the inhale. There's like a startup animation to the cry where you hear a and like in the first 5, if you can soothe her, then you cancel the rest of it out, you know?
That's your QuickTime events window.
Amazing. Okay, what'd you watch?
Woolie, I watched Queen of the Damned.
Now hold on a minute. When we were... Okay, all right, that's not on the docket. What the fuck? All right, Aaliyah, Queen of the Damned. We're going... All right.
Well, this is provoking some kind of reaction in you, so before I say any more, I'm curious.
I just thought we would be like, you know, taking our time to I thought we'd be using our time wisely, but you know what? Let's talk about the 1999 Aaliyah vehicle, Queen of the Damned.
Okay, Woolie, look, this isn't a good movie, but it is one of the best movies of all time.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
Woolie, but what's the problem?
Well, first of all, I just remember having my mind blown at discovering that this was actually not just a random fucking vampire slop film, but it actually was a Anne Rice story.
It is the sequel to Interview with a Vampire.
That's
a sequel, Woolie. Yep.
That's crazy to me.
It's lunatic shit.
So Lestat is in this.
Yep.
Oh my god. I did not know. Okay. So how do we find ourselves here then?
Okay, well now that surely, Woolie, is not like... I have a fondness for, I guess, late 90s, early 2000s Scots cinema, right? That's something I like. And I would not say this movie is as good as The Crow, but goddamn, if there are not scenes in this movie that would have dramatically altered the course of my life.
Oh, man.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, look, I don't know how to put this delicately, Woolie. So, okay, look.
It's just this is the genre, like your whole life here is based on, it's the genre that comes from the dance scenes in Blade. What if that became its own genre? You know?
Yes, and that's it.
And me and my friends spent years of our lives making fun of like this until Underworld came along, you know, and then that took top billing for holy shit. Brain melt at how horrible, but all right, we're here.
Okay.
Leather vampires and techno.
Here's the thing, Woolie. Here's what I'm going to put forward. I think you and your friends were still in that kind of teenage appreciation of movies. Is the plot good? Are there plot holes? Is it realistic? And perhaps less sensitive to things like vibe, less sensitive to things like atmosphere, passion, mise en scène, all this shit that's way more important. Yeah, I really wanted to throw that in there because I've heard it for years and I looked it up yesterday and now I finally know what it means.
Oh, wow.
I still don't really understand.
Well, it's what makes Children of Men so great. Is a lot of that, but
yeah. So you probably thought at some point that Children of Men is like better than this movie, which is like, in retrospect, fucking insane, right? Look, Woolie, I can't put it any less delicately than this. There's people in life who enjoy being intimate to the musical stylings of perhaps I don't know, like a Barry White or something. Okay. And there's people who would prefer that scenario to perhaps a Deftones change in the House of Flies. This movie will fucking show you which you are, okay?
So all I remember from the trailer is Aaliyah in a fancy, like, you know, outfit with all the makeup, writhing and dancing to, again, the Blade soundtrack. And that's all I could make of what was happening on camera.
So have you ever seen this movie?
No!
What the fuck are we talking about?
I asked if Lestat was in it.
Yeah, but like you can't tell because it's different actors. Like that was something I discovered after the fact that this is a sequel to Interview with the Vampire.
Okay, wait, you didn't know in the moment?
No, I didn't. Like Tom Cruise is not in this movie.
Okay, but the Anne Rice character persists. Yes. Okay.
And you know what else? Anne Rice fucking hates this movie.
Oh boy. Could I imagine that she does? Yeah, okay.
But yeah, you know, like Woolie, it is one of those movies where it's a glorious trash fire. And I am not saying it's so bad it's good. I'm saying that it is either landing total misses or critical hits and nothing in between. Is the baby crawling in under the door?
No. Baby's fine. I just thought, here, I want you to continue, and I'll just keep this nearby. Just as a little reminder. All right?
That's deeply offensive to my culture, Willie.
I just want to remind you what these movies do for me.
Different thing.
Okay, all right.
Sorry. No, genuinely very different.
All
like
right, my mistake.
This movie, like, it's not a shitty horror movie. It is a photograph of the turn of the millennium. And that's what's kind of fucking cool about it.
Okay.
And like you say, like the soundtrack is the Blade scene. No, it's like weird late new metal, that kind of stuff. And like the clothes and the fashion and even like Aaliyah in it, man, like it's genuinely, obviously it's very sad she died during the making of it, but it's kind of like you're watching it and you're like, fuck, she was really something. Like really, really, really just so captivating and so strange. And it's like her performance is amazing. It's by far one of the most bisexual movies I've ever seen. And it's just like the story isn't good. It doesn't flow well. But fuck, dude, if there isn't something here, like if it didn't capture something, I feel like I'm not selling you.
I'm just like, this is because, like, thinking about how a book that's probably pretty good gets butchered over an adaptation. It's like taking that last season of Game of Thrones and never having the first build-up and just putting out the last season. It's like, is it like that? Or I'm just like, how far are we from the source material at this point?
So that I don't know, but again, far enough to enrage the author. But I guess I would say when I approach media, like when I approach something new, I never want to go into something like not enjoying it. I always want to go into something being like, what is like what is the joy I can suck out of this?
Okay.
And I found a lot to love in this movie. Like it's just this bizarre story of horny vampires and weird like goth subcultures, and it's so strange, but it's kind of like beautifully shot as well. Like it looks really really cool, and it's so weird, but I had such a good time with it.
Okay, sometimes
it's a missing jigsaw piece of a movie. Like if I had seen it when I was little,
I know that feeling. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But like sometimes the joy can be found, you know, like gift wrapped, and sometimes you have to get a syringe and extract it to find. You have to go deep and pull it out as hard as you can, but you will find something.
Yeah, and there's no part of me that's saying I think you should watch it, Woolie. I think like maybe someday, but maybe. I think this is one of those things where that has to happen with us sitting beside each other.
Well, so between this and The Crow, I've come to understand that like every time you say that, it's not like maybe it's more of a threat. there's a loaded gun behind every one of these.
I think that's appropriate. I think that works. I think that works.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. Queen of the Damned, 2002.
Look, I found a lot to love, and I found a lot of people online who were like, "Yeah, that movie sucks, but it's awesome."
I mean, anyway, I don't know what the relation is, but in my head, I just know that Underworld and the Underworld franchise made me so deeply upset at the concept of filmmaking that, like, it feels like it comes from the same album in my brain, you know, but I can't quantify that. So, who knows?
Well, Underworld is like that is my next stop because I'm running out of 90s vampire movies.
Oh man, I
bet I'll like it, Willie.
I don't walk out of movies. I almost never do. And like this, I got real close. Like I got close. Okay. Anyway, all right.
But Woolie, you squeezed in a movie before the birth of your child, if I'm not mistaken.
I did a couple of which were you thinking of?
I was talking about Genndy Tartakovsky's new magnum opus.
Yes. Fixed. Okay. Yeah.
So I put out a little video on Fixed and told a story about how we were recording the Limp Bizkit bit with Lil V, and how you guys mentioned that there was a new Genndy thing out, and I was like, no way, and I took out my phone and I watched the trailer, and both of you reacting to my face slowly falling over the course of watching the trailer.
So so it wasn't I don't think it wasn't Little V that came with us to see it. He was gone by then, but I watched it with Reggie and Canty, and the madness that was seeing that. I bought the ticket just sight unseen, not knowing what it was, because I saw Gendy's new film and I said, done, getting tickets.
Yeah, right, of course.
At Fantasia. And then like only afterwards was that trailer brought up, and then like seeing it and going, what the fuck is happening? Wow, what, this is the movie that he's wanted to make for 11 years, you know, only to find it longer than that even. I mean, just this was, so we were like, should we even go? Because the trailer is just a dog asshole doing this to the camera.
Okay, so just say I watched this movie as well, and that is the most dog asshole I have ever peered into in my life.
It's a lot, man. And so the thing is that this is a beautiful Genndy animation, and it has an all-star cast. Idris Elba's in there, you know, but like,
it's so, hearing Stringer fucking Bell deliver some of these lines is bizarre.
And the thing at the end of the day, because we watched it as the premiere at the festival, and then it came out on Netflix like the week after or so, right? So that's where you can currently catch it. This was like a earlier thing. But as we're at that, one of the things that happens at these festivals is just kind of like, every once in a while there'll be a director or creator or someone that visits for like a special festival closing film, and it was super cool because like I got to meet Gordon Liu. I got like from the festival. Edgar Wright was there, for a couple things. For Scott Pilgrim, I believe. Uwe Ball was there when Postal had its premiere, right? Like, it's crazy how people come through. And so we were just kind of laughing at that, and we're just like going like, yeah, here it goes. Let's watch this crazy thing in the theater. Could you imagine? And then all of a sudden they walk up and go, ladies and gentlemen, Gendy Tartakovsky. And like I pulled my camera out and like, here, I'll play the video, right? I'll send it to drop it in here. But me and Reggie and Canty are just like, why? Why are we meeting you under these circumstances for this movie? This is crazy, by the end of it, the whole thing I was kind of going, I was like, okay, what if, because like, there's got to be a reason why this got made, There's got to be something here. Whether it was an inner desire for like a Bakshi style, Fritz the Cat thing, or a John K. Ren and Stimpy thing, adult animation, look at crass animals, all that stuff. And it turns out it's not so much that. And he actually explains that like it's more about he as a kid, like, or rather his friends in high school, they wanted to make, or his friends group, he wanted to make an animated film about his friends. And over the course, ever since like 2007, he's been working on this. And it eventually over the years got turned into this thing where what if the friends were dogs? And then he also is a huge dog lover, and you can see that because the movie pays so much attention to detail.
Yeah, this movie absolutely loves dogs for sure. And like the attention to the detail, and like, yeah, totally.
If you're a pet owner, like it's got all the little bits there for you, right? And it's just, and the thing is that it's funny. It's a funny movie. I like watching it with the audience. There were some big laughs. But you also have disgusting, super gross out moments, and you have to be okay with that. Just like if not everybody listening to this is going to be down with the butthole. Not everyone's going to be down with chewing on dog poop. Not everyone's going to be down.
The lavishly animated dog
insane.
Testicles.
Like I was out on the poop stuff. Like I couldn't, right? And then not everyone. You have to be down with the idea of animated cartoon waft off of a dog in heat. Right? Like literally the cartoon like heart is coming off of the dog cooch. And you're just like, what are we doing?
Multiple scenes of animated dog fucking.
Oh yes. So if you're like if you're down with that and that's fine by you, then this is funny and you could probably enjoy yourself. If you're down for the maximum level, holy shit, this is insanity. If there's any part of you that is not down for what I just described, or the poop. It was too much, man. Then fair warning,
Yeah. So I watched this movie alone in my sitting room, and I would say I could imagine having a lot more fun with it in like an audience with a bunch of people who are equally down. Like you liked it, Paperback Animator liked it, and Paperback Animator saw it at Annecy Film Festival.
Okay.
And I think like that's the audience to see it with. Alone in my like sitting room, like I was kind of just sitting there being like, okay, and like I would say I was not bored. Like I thought the film was pretty okay. It didn't make me laugh like once.
Okay,
and for a comedy movie, that's pretty rough.
Okay, I mean I know that like from watching the last movies at the festival, you were also not used to like movie festival audience, like what movie watching I should say.
No, like I've kind of I've been around that a fair bit from like being in like animation college or something. It's not like it depends on the movie. Sometimes I think it's awesome, and then sometimes I feel like I don't like it when people in the audience try and become a character in the performance.
Gotcha. Okay. And but I would definitely say, yeah, in this case, it helps to have an audience there. And like the people in front of, like when we were having moments of like, who is this for? There's one moment where Reggie was like asking, who is this for? And then the people sitting right in front of us, the group of friends, like they just buckled over dying at like a fart joke. And like they just completely lost. It was the greatest thing they'd ever heard. And then Reggie in turn starts dying because he's like, "Oh, that answers the question, right?" It's like it's yeah.
Well, okay, this is my experience watching the Super Mario World movie. And when I saw the Super Mario World movie, like I just didn't enjoy it. I didn't like it at all. But I was sitting 2 seats down from this guy. And he was losing his fucking mind. Yeah. When Mario took out the blue shell and says "blue shell," you would think Jesus Christ descended from that cinema screen and anointed him. Like it was, and like I kind of came out of it being like, well, like he had a good time and I didn't, so he wins. Like fair play to the guy. I'm not gonna hate on that. You know. I
mean, listen, like our job is to pop member berries professionally for a living. Right? If somebody goes through their life never having any and then someone gives them one, holy shit, it's that first time high. Remember when? You know, even though Tony Soprano is like, remember when is the lowest form of conversation. But which is a great line. I love that one. Remember when Tony Soprano said, remember when is the lowest form of conversation? Fixed that's the thing is like as somebody who like I can appreciate some good R-rated humor, right? I can appreciate a good raunch. It's never that, right? It's like that stuff is you know that when it hits in those ways, it hits pretty well. There's a couple bits. One I would say is the bachelorette night, the stag night, you know, kind of bit was like pretty funny. And a couple other things just land, you know, they do land pretty well, but overall, like one, if you're not a dog owner, then you're gonna miss out on some of this, like the intimacy of the details of like, oh my god, this is exactly what it's like. And yeah, if you're also again not down for the gross outs, and then there's a level there too where like the cartoon violence is just like wildly over the top.
It will occasionally nosedive into like pretty much like gore, and it's like, oh my fucking god, okay.
Well, because the funny thing is that, like, you know, and so when he was doing the Q&A afterwards, he was describing how they had multiple test screenings and it always went poorly because people would be laughing loudly and heavily in the theater, but then they'd fill out the iPad afterwards and basically describe it as a thing they didn't enjoy, and they would test really low.
So that I find really interesting because sometimes I feel like there's people who have like this, they think that they need to analyze films like intellectually, you know, and I really I think it's much better to I think it's better to just let the film hit you the way it's going to hit you and work backwards from there. But sometimes I feel like there's people who go into movies and they have like a punch card for like, did the plot move well? Were the characters good? Were there plot holes? You know, all this kind of stuff. But it's like, and I think that's how you get that. That's how you get people losing their mind in the cinema and then being afterwards like, no, I didn't like it.
So I think it's even simpler though. I think it's just laughing at the bits that are funny, but feeling kind of ashamed about that with the friend group after the fact when they're like, oh, that was... You know,
but I think that's the same thing.
Yeah, kind of, right? It's a little bit of that shame afterwards for that part, or and this is also possible too. Again, the fact that you can laugh at the funniest bits, but then be horrified and grossed out by the extreme parts. You know, and if that sticks with you, then that sticks with you. And this is something where it's like, okay, you know what? Historically, one of the worst metrics ever of films is if you show a dog getting hurt, that film tests poorly no matter what, right? I think that was like there's like it's like the number one thing that makes a movie like bomb in terms of just like how the test screenings go. And this is just people have empathy for the little cute dogs, man. Don't fuck with dogs. It's simple. And when you do that, in this case, you have a movie that is like all about the most affection for dogs, right? It's this case of like, if you care about them and all that, then like you'll be extra attached to this movie, extra sensitive to that. And there's a dog that gets killed in this movie.
Oh, and it's brutal. It's
horrifying.
It's brutal, and it's kind of played for laughs as well.
So like the thing I'm just describing, which is the worst thing you can do to a test audience, is happening in the movie where people are the most tuned in to be to be lovers of dogs. It's crazy how badly that's gonna go over with them.
But yeah, but look, here's what I'd say. Like, I didn't love the movie, but I think it's strange and it's weird, and I would rather exist in a world where films like this can kind of exist,
right? You
know, because like I haven't seen anything like this in years and years and years, and I think the fact that it actually came to be is fucking insane.
Yeah,
like this movie has a budget of $30 million,
and that's crazy, right? That's nuts. Also, there's a whole making of like the thing that he got into with it, where like, long story short, it was an insane struggle to make because nobody wanted it, because adult animation was just not a thing at the time. It's now starting to be a thing, you know. But all those years ago, there was a struggle where it was just kind of like, yeah, nobody can do it. South Park can kind of do it, but you know, and then TV, it's like you got Family Guy and so on, but really not, you know, the Hollywood was just kind of cool on the concept, you know. And they just couldn't find the right audience. They couldn't pitch it, etc. It was brutal, difficult over time, and they eventually had to change things and adapt things over time to get there. So as a dream project from all the way back then till now, it is for someone, but like it's not for most. And because of that, like I'm like, as much as I'm like this, it's a funny movie, I'm not able to recommend this freely to people easily and be like, oh yeah, go watch Fixed. Like if you're
sure.
If you're a Genndy Tartakovsky fan and you love animation, for example, you're just gonna want to study these keyframes anyways, you know. So
for sure.
Coming at this where you're like, yo, Samurai Jack, Primal, you know, Clone Wars, what's he gonna cook up next?
And like, if you are that person, you have probably already seen. Yeah, totally. It's weird though, because like you can see little flashes of him in it. I remember seeing years ago this little like kind of animated sort of motion graphics comic book thing he did about meeting his wife, and he was like this little short, like little kind of pudgy, like Elmer Fudd looking thing, and his wife was this big, tall, long-haired, like statuesque person.
Nice.
And it's the same dynamic in Fix. Like it's the girl he likes is this massive, tall, and it's like, oh, cool, okay.
That almost sounds
there
like,
you are.
Yeah, that almost sounds like Hideaki Anno and his wife as well in their little animated adventures. The similar kind of depiction, you know. That's cool. Yeah.
But yeah, okay, Woolie, I have so I beat Expedition 33. I think we talked about that on the cast, but
did we?
Yes, we did, Woolie. I still think about that conversation a lot, and I have never disagreed with you more on anything.
That's okay.
And it's fucking insane.
Listen,
and I'm trying not to get back into it.
We'll put it. I can see places where we'll end up getting back into it even today.
Okay.
I can even see that. It's going to be an ongoing thing, but that discussion on the intermission lounge about Expedition 33 it's the thing. It's the thing, right? So everyone's happy. We've gotten messages from people that are talking about how they've had the same discussions with their friends about it. You know, just that's going to be a cornerstone of our media literacy and consumption from this point forward. You know, like I think it's always going to come back a little bit. Because it says a lot.
Have you ever heard of a short story called The Ones Who Walk Away from
Omelas?
Omelas, yep.
Yes, I'm the one that brought it up.
Did you read that book and then did you read that story and then at the end be like, good, that's the way I like it?
I am the one that brought it up to you, John.
Mm-hmm.
Within the context.
Yeah, and I went and read it, and I'm like, oh, Woolie must be delighted with this scenario.
We can't do this.
Okay.
We can't get in. And also,
Expedition 33 is a great game, and it left that, like, oh, this is one of the best games I've ever played, holes in my life, and nothing else has really been hitting since then, you know, that kind of way?
I super do.
And so I ended up going back to Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, you did. That's
oh my
correct.
God. So I'm about, like, I think I put about 110 hours into that game now. Like, not this run, but, like, total. And I've been doing the Dark Urge run.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You kicked that squirrel.
I didn't know that bit was coming.
Oh, man. It's so nuts.
It's crazy. But I just wanted to shout it out briefly because I really do love Baldur's Gate 3 a lot. I thought it's an exceptional game, and my affection for it, like, has only grown since this. If you are playing a Dark Urge run, you are playing the Dexter Morgan run. You are playing the I am a serial killer and I gotta kill, and no one around me knows I'm a serial killer, so I gotta keep this shit low key. And it's kind of amazing. So there's, I won't give, like, too many specifics because but there's a point where a character shows up to your camp and they're like, "Can I join your party?" And you're like, and I was like, I did not even know this person was playable. That's fucking insane. I wake up the next morning covered in their blood with them disemboweled on the floor. And I have to pass a bunch of dice checks for if I can hide their body or if my party members are going to wake up and see what's happening.
Incredible.
It is incredible.
And my understanding is that there's even a mechanic that is kind of like you can resist the Dark Urge and sound kind of crazy in conversation, but the more you resist it, the more that builds up, and the harder time you're gonna, like, if you don't give in this time, it's gonna be way harder to not give in next time, right?
Well, I have solved that problem by giving in often.
Okay. So that's
okay,
because that's
I went into this run wanting to do, like, an evil playthrough because I was like, well, I did mostly good stuff last time, so I'll do an evil one this time.
Okay.
But when I committed to, like, full evil, like, massacring the druids and all that, I was kind of like, this is feeling like not as fun because I'm only just doing evil for the sake of doing evil.
Yeah, totally.
So now I'm doing another good playthrough while secretly being a serial killer.
Yes.
And that's so much fun.
Yes. Because a lot of games are like this, where if you just pick the renegade choice just to pick it and see how it goes, it's actually, like, not really a coherent person, in a lot of ways. And KOTOR is a great example where in both KOTOR 1 and it's especially in 2, if you just pick the dark side path every time, it's not as coherent. It's a much worse story. It's not as interesting. But if you sometimes go neutral or sometimes go good, right, it's way more interesting because it's not about killing the person right away. It's about accepting their quest, saving the person involved, and then the reward is when you betray them or bargain for something later on, right? And so, yeah, with Dark Urge, my understanding is that by resisting it, it makes it so that the next time around it's much harder. And if you put it off in times where you really, really didn't need it, it might force you at a time when you super need to be, like, not going nuts,
I think like what makes it interesting, it's like, okay, you're a villainous serial killer, but within that, there's still a choice of what kind of villainous serial killer do you want to be?
Right.
Like, do you want to be like, I'm playing it where I am just murdering as many as possible without getting caught? Or do you want to be the person fighting against it? And I think they're both kind of compelling and interesting. It reminds me of Red Dead 2. And I think, like, Arthur Morgan is a really compelling character no matter which way you play him. And I think so much writing went into that because you're, like, seeing two different versions of the same character as opposed to a blank slate of good or evil.
Okay. And And then the other thing with it too was that my understanding is that you're also getting a the Dark Urge path is also really rewarding for people who are fans of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, I never really touched those games, so I wouldn't know.
Okay.
But that's interesting. You get this spooky little goblin butler who shows up every now and then. He's got a little bone hat, and he's like it's awesome. He's like, your family is very pleased with your progress, and it's like, I don't know who my family are or what he's talking about, but god damn, it's so good. It's so fucking good.
Cool. Well, yeah, that's not Expedition 33, but Baldur's Gate 3 will fill a gameplay hole. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I've also been playing like Necromancer, which I've didn't even really know was that much of an option in the first one, and god damn, like last time I just played Warrior, and honestly, like I usually go Warrior, but the like problem solving you're able to do as a spellcaster, especially like particularly in like this game, is so fun and so much more rewarding, I think, because like you really have to be creative in like how you approach different things. You have to have the right spells equipped, and you're way more like looking around for like environmental shit and, you know, what can you do in this situation, and it's awesome. It's so good.
Yeah, I think especially in games like this, where I think video games in general, you know, you kind of, so many things are solved by swinging a big stick around, so you kind of want to see how games handle solving things without doing that, you know, and that always shows kind of like how much care gets put into something. Big appeal of Disco Elysium is like solving things in that way, you know, so you want to see how much the writing team and narrative team kind of came up with solutions for everything, and it seems like Larian did everything. They came up with every permutation of every possibility in a D&D context, and they allow it to work, you know. So sick. I do want to get back to that one day for sure.
Woolie, how would you feel about taking a little Patreon question?
Let's do it.
Okay. Correct. We might have had this one before, Woolie, but this is also something when you do online stuff for as long as we do, you just kind of inevitably get asked it. And so I don't know if we've answered it on Versus Rules before. This is from K-Flow. Dear Mr. Bestington and Mr. Thurstington, what's the most disappointing piece of media you've ever consumed and why? Not the worst, specifically the most disappointing.
I've consumed a lot of disappointing media. That's a pretty tough question to ask. Mm-hmm. Does one come to mind for you?
So this definitely goes into the like not a bad game, but disappointing, mainly because of its press cycle. Black and White 1 turned me against Peter Molyneux forever.
Oh, that's a deep cut. Okay.
Black and White was this god game where you had this like giant animal avatar, and it like was this preview darling, and specifically with Peter Molyneux. This is Peter Molyneux of the trees will grow in real time fame, just like who was very famous for making all these just wild proclamations about the games he was making. And Black and White was kind of the first time he ever really went ham on this. And like, you know, there was all these reports from the game about how the animals were developing like personalities and doing stuff that the programmers were like, and then I saw one of the animals and it was looking at the sunset and it was like it was appreciating art and the universe. And it's like, no, it was that's not what was happening. But anyway, Black and White eventually came out, and you know, I was like 11, 10 maybe, and I'd been reading all this shit, and the reality of that game was so far from the game that they had been talking about in those previews that it was like, it was so disappointing. And I still liked it.
Yeah.
But I could see the points where like the game design just kind of broke, and you'd be left on maps with like really slow ways forward, and it was just, and that would probably be mine.
And you learn that like like a yapper that's talking up a game, you know, and putting things on it that don't need to be there. And I bet you the devs are like, why would you say that? You know, is just the worst thing when the game could stand on its own merits, but you're building it up to be something that it's not. That's his
and
issue. Well, that's Molyneux's issue, really. That's over the years.
It still is. Still is.
So, okay, for me, I mean, the most obvious answer I'd say, and it stands out because it's pretty like fucking career defining, but Devil May Cry 2 is just such an abysmal fall off from the amazing game that was DMC1, and because Devil May Cry was kind of accidentally as good as it was like supposed to be a Resident Evil game, and then they just started getting too crazy and stylish and actiony with it. Then they went, let's just make it its own thing. But then that recipe worked really well, and by the time 2 came out, they didn't really know what they had or why, so people didn't understand the idea that guns were not meant to be the primary attacking tool. They were meant to be stylish filler for your sword combos and juggling tools. And thinking differently about guns just didn't click with a lot of people. And so a complaint was that the guns were too weak in the original game. So then they just went and listened to everybody that was complaining about that, and made the gun stronger, thus destroying the entire point of the game. You need to not listen to people that don't understand what the fuck they're talking about, and have a game design and follow that vision through. And Itsuno did that with DMC3 afterwards, thank God, saving the franchise. But DMC2's just, I mean, like, the story is always kind of goofy, but like that one was particularly dumb, and also taking everything that Dante established as like being a kind of, he wasn't DMC3 levels of cocky yet, but he was still like a fun shit talking, merc kind of dude, and having that just get serious and silent and solemn, and coming straight out of that same place that Prince of Persia 2 Warrior Within comes from. You're just like, you go, oh man, you missed the point entirely on everything great about that first one. What a fucking humongous disappointingness.
Do you know, I was actually thinking about Devil May Cry recently as well, because right now I am playing through Resident Evil Code Veronica. I just had an itch for some like old school survival horror, and I never beat this one. And that is such an interesting game from such a specific time, because that was a Dreamcast exclusive, I believe. I could be wrong about that, but I think I'm right. And it came out in the year 2000, and it was famously like the first Resident Evil game with a like 3D background. And
running around, camera rotation.
Totally. And it's really strange because it really feels like the middle point between PlayStation 1 and 64 and PlayStation 2. Like, this is such a Dreamcast era game,
Yeah.
And there's stuff I really like about it. It has not aged well. Like, it has not aged well at all. And I was trying to understand, like, what about it makes it feel so old. And so I was looking up, and, like, it came out in the year 2000. And then I was like, okay, what came out in 2001? And fucking dude, any game that came out in the year 2000 basically then had to compete with like the next generation the next year, and you had Metal Gear Solid 2, Halo, Silent Hill 2, Ominousia, Devil May Cry, Ico, like just the fucking craziest leap in like technology and quality, and it's just insane.
Yeah, that's one that I feel I don't know what the deal is with the remakes or anything of that nature, but Code Veronica, I feel like that gets jumped over in discussion often when RE fans are talking.
It's weird because it was the kind of game at the time, it was kind of like the future's here.
Okay.
Because like its cinematics were like really slick, and like the 3D background and all that, like, and it does do cool stuff. Like if you like that Resident Evil ambience, it's cool for that, but it takes so long to navigate that facility, and they are just dumping super enemy after super enemy on you, and it's interesting. But I'll probably do a little video about it. But yeah,
okay. I'd like to give a special shout out on this question to the end of Mass Effect 2, because have you ever? I don't know if you've ever beaten that franchise or gone through those games.
Huge fan of Mass Effect 2, particularly.
Particularly, okay. I am so upset with the Hold the Line mission. It's my most upset I am at that franchise because of how poorly implemented it is. I think that the entire story is much smaller, more rushed, and it's kind of like I'm after the first game, you're kind of going like, okay, let's get more of that, and then what you get here is I'm always down for a more Empire Strikes Back sequel kind of thing where things are driven in this direction, but what the finale of that game is based on an invisible series of metrics that are hidden from the player and inferring that you're supposed to place people in positions, and it doesn't describe any of that. It just basically has a bunch of invisible bars that you need to slot characters into the right places, and if you hit a magic threshold, then they survive or they all die. And it's so insanely disrespectful and annoying and embarrassingly like it like the amount of the disdain it has for the player, I feel, in terms of just like hiding decision making behind arbitrary mechanics at that point. And you have to, once you game the system 15 times by loading your save back to figure out what the fuck it wants you to do is when you understand it. I think it was a disaster of a finale, and it's my most hated thing about that franchise.
Wow. Okay. I think we've had this conversation before, but I like that bit.
I think hiding decisions from the player in this invisible way where there's a lot of things you do hide from the player in games where consequences matter that like require a delicate touch, and to massage things. And sometimes the magic is lost a little bit when you play through a Disco Elysium moment and you succeed instead of fail and see how it would have gone the same way or similar ways, But this is a case where when everything is just about one, the conclusion of these characters all living or dying, two, your save is locked into the future because you have to go into a whole third game with these conclusions all set in place, and you don't really want to game the system. Like some people, I'm someone who's likes the idea of like you carry through with your consequences, but like now I have to go, no, wait, that felt like bullshit, and you broke me out of the narrative of continuing that save file forward. Just lying about what everything is like, there's no reason for this game. Like, there's nothing in the game that has anything resembling this system in previous usage. It comes out of nowhere, and you have no reason to expect this would be how the game works. Why, like, pulling like boss fights and conclusions and things like that. Like I talked about how they should be exams almost, that like bring back things you've learned, and then you accomplish them, and then you complete the task, and then you get a huge payoff, and you feel incredible for accomplishing it, and sometimes bringing even more reward and awesome feeling behind that. And this is bringing a test to the player that they never knew they had to study for, and the questions are hidden. So there's no way to know what they're supposed to do either as well, beyond just inferring what's there. And like old school game designs used to do that sometimes to arbitrarily make things last longer. Like Omicron, David Cage used to do that to basically be like, slam your head into a puzzle that makes no sense until eventually after a week or two, you'll get the right answer and you can move forward. And that's gameplay. That's length. That's artificial, and in this case, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. Put your characters where you think that, whatever, hold the line.
Yeah. I really liked that mission, but I think what you're saying is kind of fair, and I think it kind of speaks to this weird thing at the heart of Mass Effect where, in a way, when I turn on Mass Effect, I kind of just want to go on goofy missions with my band of space jerks. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And sometimes I think the fact that they layered it with this larger, we have a limited amount of time to save the universe, it nearly kind of clashes with that appeal. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. In fact, so what I'm looking for, what sold me, what got me really excited in that first game was the promise of Sovereign. The conversation with the Reaper in the first game is the sickest thing in the entire franchise, and it's so hype that it actively ruins the rest of it because it never lives up to that moment.
See, I have a solution to that, Woolie. I never played the first game.
Okay, well then I don't know what we're talking about here. Okay.
I played 2 and 3 for whatever reason. I never played the...
Okay, so then like the first game, the promise of space, open adventures, everything you just described you wanted, that's what the first game is, actually. Okay. And the other two are not. The other two are, we gotta save the universe and we're steamrolling everything into a very slim corridor. You don't have much choice here, but we gotta just get to that end point and fuck your choices. We're taking you where you need to go. And
yeah, I could see that stinging way worse after the first game.
You really feel a sense of Star Trek in that first game that becomes more Star Wars towards the end. You know,
right? Okay, yeah, yeah.
So in the first, and like the introduction of the first Reaper is incredible. It's so good. Furthermore, talking that first, no, not first. You can talk that final boss into his conclusion in an incredible way as well, and it's so fucking great for all the things we're talking about here. So the promise of what was possible in that first game just never gets lived up to, and then to get the contrast of a phenomenal conclusion in the first game with a terrible one in the second, and the third one is just, there's memes about it. You can go look up my Woolie versus Mass Effect 3. In conclusion, everybody gets the pass. We all get to say it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's how you save the universe. Yeah, we're all the same. Racism is defeated, John. There's no racism if we all become the same thing. Yay!
You know, I've always said that I can never see. I don't even know who's, whatever and what.
We're all green.
I just see. Yep.
All right. Anyway.
All right. Okay.
And for no reason, while we're just talking about this media, are you aware? Did you know, John, that Shenmue 3 Enhanced is the ultimate way to experience Ryo's story? The upgraded edition of the acclaimed adventure stays true to its roots while adding modern improvements. 4K texture uplifts, classic camera mode.
How the fuck did I... Okay, how did I not answer with this straight away? And no, I'll tell you why. Because that series has been bleached from my mind.
Gameplay tweaks, improved interactions, and new user enhancements and experiences. Optionality first. Shenmue 3 Enhanced. Coming soon.
Sponsoring this pod. Why are you doing this? Why? Do you know the worst thing about that?
Who you are.
I know. The worst thing about this is, okay, so I said that I was gonna beat Shenmue 3 again on stream after. Fuck, it was something to do with this, probably Dokapon.
Well,
I can't even remember.
There's a brand new version of the game coming out soon.
Yeah, but the worst part is I played like 6 hours on stream, and I was like, I am finding this so fucking boring. This is like the worst game of all time to stream. I hate this. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to knock it all out in a giant charity stream. I'm going to start from that 6 hour point, and I'm just going to do the remaining 14 hours on stream. Now, because of this fucking thing, I'm going to have to start it again. And it's going to be a 20-hour fucking charity stream of me getting to the end of this piece of shit game.
And you have to do this. Your hands are tied. There's no choices here. You have no agency in the matter. This is not at all you sticking a stick in the tire on the bike as you roll down the road.
I thought I could beat her.
This is not John falling off the bike after sticking a stick in the tire. Not at all, folks. All right. Well, listen, if you would like more questions and more of that, and if you'd like more of this podcast in general, then you can check out the Patreon. The Intermission Lounge is where we get together and discuss various things, combo breakers, media that we bring up here that we don't have time to fully get into, things like Expedition 33.
Yes, that is one. And sometimes just real life shit. The last one I recorded was basically just after Punch Girl came into existence, and we kind of just sat there for an entire episode and it's like, okay, creating life.
Yep.
Let's talk about it.
let's get into I sat there and I just rattled off what was going on, so real stuff happening and taking questions as well from folks and anything like that. So yeah, if you want a little bit more Versus Wolves in your life, go check out the Versus Wolves Patreon.
We drop a new intermission lounge every single month. There is quite the backlog of them now. And I think there are some absolute killers in there. I'm so happy with those episodes.
Some good conversation fodder, I would say. Good questions that find new ways for us to. I'm finding new angles of attack, and so are you. Patreon.com/Versus Wolves podcast is the place for that.
I would also say, if you feel like heading on over to the Versus Wolves Emporium, we have this beautiful Run the Wolves t-shirt. Check that out. You can get that over at the Versus Wolves Emporium now. Run
the Wolves. Yes, and because I'm a fool and it's too late now, I should have brought this up last episode, but it was quite busy. There was a lot going on last episode, wasn't there? But the Wolves in the Blab plushie campaign is now officially over, but it would have been a good time to bring it up. But if you got one of these, it's going to be shipping in November. So thank you for everyone who got one. There's a lot of people out there.
Damn, 673% funded.
It went crazy. It went crazy.
That is so fucking cool.
Yeah, it was such a dense episode, and we had so much going on between actual fighting and your incredible book launch, by the way, which I mean.
Oh, do you mean the official the Wolves in the Lab stand?
You see, what happens is you take the book, right? You take the book and then you place it on top.
I am canceling the book I was going to send to you. I am going to send an email to HoloPress being like, under no circumstances send a book to this man.
Congratulations for the amazing launch on that, or the pre-launch, I should say.
I guess just to say, thank you so much to everyone who picked up a book. HoloPress messaged me, sent me an email basically being like, "Whoa!" It's just they're very happy. I'm very happy. I did not think we would do anywhere near the number we have, and it is appreciated because costs happen. This beautiful new studio, the builders did not come over and construct it out of the goodness of their hearts, no matter how much I pleaded. And it just makes stuff like that and the unpredictable nature of being a content creator, it just lets us sleep a little night. And so thanks everyone who supports our side projects.
Content creator and author now, John. Author.
It's pronounced best-selling author. I don't actually know that that's true.
Yeah,
I don't
we'll see. The New York Times bestseller. That's crazy. That's sick. I mean, if you ever had I know your parents are super supportive and lovely, but in a world where they just didn't get any of this stuff, it would be funny to finally go home and be like, well, now it's a book, so now you have to care.
So that will mean something to them, for sure.
Yeah.
And they my parents are super supportive and they're great, but I also see them occasionally side-eye each other with like, do you know what the fuck they're talking about? That kind of way. But yeah, thanks everybody. Just thank you for supporting what we do. It means a lot.
Absolutely. I listen. I'll tell you right now, folks. I'm going to need you to support. Because I got life that needs to be supported. So I appreciate your support in helping me support life. Good stuff. Keeping babies alive. I like that. and I like everybody who helps me.
It does sound a little bit like you're threatening the audience.
Well, I'm not trying to threaten the audience, but here's what I am trying to do. I'm trying to tell you about Rocket Money. I'm trying to tell you that when you have subscriptions that you have forgotten about, Rocket Money is the best way to track all of the subscriptions in your life that you might have forgotten, if the price has changed and you didn't know about it, if there's been, complicated ways to unsubscribe that you can't figure out. Rocket Money is perfect for that. That's what they do. They very quickly are able to identify, there's a personal finance app that's very quickly able to identify unwanted subscriptions, can help you monitor your spending, can help you lower your bills. And if you're trying to grow your savings, and if you're trying to, unsubscribe from services that are being a little complicated to leave, they help you do that as well. So now more than ever, folks, is the great time to get your finances in order. Tracking your spending is important. Getting your budget together.
However good you think you are at tracking your money in your head, I promise you, you are not. I have gone through several different phases of like writing down everything I spend, like keeping track of stuff, and just not at all. And it is night and day. And I think apps like this make it really easy and just make it like simple, and that's what you want, because you don't want to be fiddling. You don't want to be fiddling around with an Excel doc or a Google spreadsheet. You want something that makes it as simple as fucking possible, and this does.
Exactly. My eyes are bugging out sometimes going down looking at the numbers, but Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and everything, including subscriptions you forgot about. So if you see something that you no longer want to be subscribed to, if it's a service that's not useful to you, if it's something that changed price, you can just unsubscribe from it. In particular, stuff that changes price where the name of the company is also different, and you're like, I don't even remember what this was, much less why it's costing way more now. They're perfect for that. So Rocket Money has there's 5 million members that have saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, with members saving up to $740 a year when they use all of the app's premium features. So, that's awesome. That's a lot you can save right there. And nowadays, when apps are getting more and more difficult to keep track of, get in there and find a way to simplify your life and get your budget in order. Cancel all your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Download the Rocket Money app and enter the show name Versus Wolves in the survey so they know we sent you. Don't wait. Download the Rocket Money app today and tell them you heard about them from our show. That is important, and that's what y'all need to do. Okay? Not threatening. Just letting you know there's a good way out there to take care of business. All right?
Yeah. So you take care of business so Woolie doesn't have to take care of business.
There you go.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, some of these sponsorships might get a little more aggressive from here on out, folks. Nothing personal. Just understand, Yeah. Hey everybody, not to startle you, but we've got another sponsor we want to thank this week on the episode. This episode of Versus Wolves is also brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. If you're looking for a perfect mattress, you can get it delivered straight to your door. I was able to get a 4-pound mattress topper delivered straight to my door, and that was pretty cool because you wouldn't think it would be that easy to get something like a mattress on your doorstep, but there it was. And I just put that right over the top of my existing mattress, and it just was exactly just a layer of memory foam that added a whole lot of comfort and cushioning to the bed that I was already sleeping on. As somebody who has had massive back injuries and have kind of destroyed myself while playing video games, I laughed at a joke in Disco Elysium, and that led to months of being injured. It was quite silly. But I take my back very seriously, and I need to make sure that I can sleep on a surface that's not going to exacerbate that, or at the very least, is going to give me the support that I need as well. And yeah, this has been extremely comfortable to sleep on. As I've just added that right over the top, but of course they've got a ton of choices for you to take a look at. I've messed around over the years, and just playing with a low quality mattress is a bad idea. I've hurt myself, not just that last time I mentioned, but more than once, just not really thinking too hard about what kind of surface I was sleeping on. The quality of what you sleep on every single night will affect your back, will affect your posture. And, when your back is hurting, that kind of is your entire day, if not life. Your whole demeanor changes because you feel it every second. So, don't mess around with that. Take it seriously. Brooklyn Bedding is, where you can get a ton of mattresses for every type and size, for every body, every sleep style. Even hard to find sizes are available as well. If you're not sure what mattress type is right for you, you can take a quiz, and in under 2 minutes, they'll find you the perfect match on their sleep quiz for exactly what type of bed will be right for you. If you sleep hot, they got Glacio Tex covers and Copper Flex foam to help you keep cool and comfortable in the middle of the night. And it's one of the few mattress brands that's endorsed by the American Chiropractic Association for spinal alignment and back health. So they're 100% fiberglass free for peace of mind. If you want to give them a shot, you got a 120-night comfort trial. So if you don't love it, then you can return it or swap it hassle-free. Check them out. Give yourself the comfort you need. Make sure that your back is thanking you every night on a comfortable mattress. It's just one of the most important decisions that will affect your demeanor, your health, and a lot of other things in life. So, and you wanna make sure to not take it too lightly, right? Consider if you haven't replaced your mattress in a while, and if you're sleeping on something that's kind of creaking in but just barely getting the job done, consider you treating yourself a little bit better than that, and get yourself a nice quality mattress that can help you wake up feeling good and not hating yourself the next time you laugh at a joke a little too hard in Disco Elysium. So go to brooklynbedding.com, and you can use our promo code WOLVES at checkout, and you'll get 30% off site-wide. This offer is not available anywhere else. So one more time, that's brooklynbedding.com, promo code WOLVES, and you'll get 30% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name afterwards so that they know that we sent you. And that's that, and then help support the show. All right, one more time, Brooklyn Bedding, promo code WOLVES. Thank you.
Okay. How we feeling, Woolie?
I'm going to pull a page out of your book, and I'm going to start like this. John, why did you recommend me Solo Leveling? This is the page out of your book.
Okay, so one of my favorite things to do in Versus Wolves, one of the favorite things that happen is when we pull a deep one. We pull something from the memory bank, something strange and something weird and something like a deep down favorite. And then sometimes I think it's kind of fun to look at something that's getting a lot of attention now and kind of dissect it a little. And maybe not something that I think is going to go down 100% positively, but something that I think might make for an interesting discussion, and I am of the opinion that this will make for an interesting discussion. Whether I'm right or not remains to be seen. But I will also preface this. I have some genuine affection for this show.
Yes, I can see that. And I can promise you it will be interesting. Because Solo Leveling, aka Only I Level Up, as it's called in Korean, is it's a show that has 2 seasons or so that's been going on, and I heard about this as one of the various MMO based new trend of the trend is currently, what if an MMO / Dragon Quest video game setting were used for an anime, right? And there's different versions of it.
That has been the trend for quite a while.
Yes.
Like, honestly, since SAO became so popular, it is the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll always bring it up as an old head that's like, Hack Sign, didn't quite get it popping off the way SAO did, but one way or another, every visual novel or light novel in Japan for a while became a what if Dragon Quest or what if MMO setting.
I think it's always like, what if Dragon Quest, but there's also what if asterisks and also your OP.
Yeah, or something weird is happening, right?
I think that's why Hack. It's like Hack. They were just players, right? Like they weren't. At least in original Hack, they weren't like. It wasn't like, oh, my stats are broken or something like that.
But it is the stuck in an MMO thing, right? The trick is that you're stuck there, right? I don't know which way to go with it, in the sense that like it seems to be equally, like, sometimes it's just we're in a Dragon Quest setting, we're knights and mages and warriors and orcs are there, and we're going to shops and we're doing town missions. But then and then it's also like there's an MMO part of that where other players are connecting and but one or the other can be a part of it. But overall, it's like there's this part and there's that part, and these two things are very popular. And that's going to be what every setting is going to be for a while. And as a thing that as genre that a lot of people are playing, and as a Dragon Quest in Japan is the biggest thing ever. It's not a mystery why these things are as popular as they are. But like, it does kind of feel like when you're looking at a genre where things are so derivative for so long, and like the only way to keep it spicy is to just twist in one new dynamic, I kind of, from the outside, I'm like, I don't know if I'm interested in any of this,
Yeah, and especially like when it becomes so self-referential. Like the amount of these now that start off with someone getting hit by a truck and transported to another world, like it's... And like that's nearly the joke now, you know what I mean? And it's like it starts to feel like a genre full of in-jokes, and I hate that. Like I really, really hate that.
It's almost like almost when like a comic book movie has to like joke about the origin story to be like blah blah. We all know the origin story, and it's like the fact that we're this many layers deep into it is like, this sucks, because it can't be sincere about that, but you can't waste people's time by showing them Peter getting bitten for the 8th time.
What were you expecting? Yellow jumpsuits?
Right, exactly. Yeah, that type of thing. And also there's a part of me, whenever you're describing that, of like, let's just you got hit by the truck and now you're stuck, whatever, yada yada, there's a part of me that also feels like the insincerity also is attached to there might be a type of viewer that is like, I don't care why they're in the other world. My desire for escapism just wants that to be the setting. Let's not even explain it. Just get there. Hurry up. Let's go. Right. It's a bit of a like, the appeal here is that I can put myself into that position and enjoy the power fantasy and or whatever, if it's
oh dude, it's always a power fantasy, like always.
And so it's almost like the person who's the connoisseur of this type of media is almost just like, get to the chase. I know, I want to be here, I want to get just straight to the veins, please. Show me why I'm cool.
Show me why I'm cool.
Show me why I'm cool, please. I know I'm cool. Just show me why I'm cool, and make sure that it's normal old me starting out as relatable as possible.
Yeah, you can't give that main character too many traits.
No.
Because I just need to...
the more pathetic or the more whatever relatable or whatever the case is, the better. And then from there on, we can see the growth and the improvement, and my haircut and my eyes get sharper and my chin gets more defined. Listen, right. So here's the thing. Solo leveling, even though it's not taking place in an alternate world, it is, I'm going to call this an isekai. This is isekai.
I mean, it's at the very least borrowing a lot of the tropes, right?
Yeah, because in some ways, like, it's almost like the twist is that, oh, but it's real life though, and the system comes outside of the world into real life.
If people aren't familiar, this is basically a character acquires the power to level up in real life. So he completes these daily missions and he gets like a +3 to like his strength and intelligence, and that's the point we kind of start at.
That's the premise, right? But the important thing that I didn't know, I guess, beforehand, that is also telling of this is that, but before that power is gained, the setting is already one where the real world is being infiltrated with video game like dungeon raids. Right. Yeah. So to begin with, normal life consists of teleporting poles that take you to a dungeon with orcs and goblins and demons to defeat. And that only goes away when you destroy the boss, claim the treasure, and walk out,
Yeah, and if someone fails to do that, I did like this touch.
Yeah.
There's a dungeon break, which means that the monsters in the dungeon break out into the real world. I just thought that was kind of fun.
Yeah. There's a real threat, and so life becomes a whole lot about containing these threats and managing them, So I'm like, okay, it's taking place in the real world, but it is isekai slop, like let's and
let's be real here. The most positive interpretation of this show is slop.
Yeah,
like
that word's gonna
I'm
gonna throw that word around quite a bit, right? Like, because and so there's that part. And I would say too as well that the power fantasy is baked in as well. And it even has a little bit of that One Punch Man thing where just like, 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and 10 kilometers of running every single day.
Dude, just to be real here, I don't know how far you made it, but by the end of season 2, we are in non-ironic One Punch Man territory.
Yeah. Right.
Which I'm not saying is a good thing.
But, you have that level of... okay, I have the special ability here and I can improve and I can do the tasks over and over and get experience and level up and, and like, how cool would it be to go through life being able to just like game the system when nobody else can? And the appeal of the power fantasy through the lens of like upping your stats, like in that way is, it's big, right? You can see
it is big, and I think to me it is one of the things that I think this show actually does well. Like I kind of felt drawn into that a little bit, and I found like the point, and like because for the first couple episodes I was like, okay, this is pure slop, I barely know why I'm watching this. And then a couple episodes in I was kind of like, I am finding myself getting curious to what his new powers mean.
Yeah,
because I found the show was actually doing a pretty decent job of being like, his dex is now at this point, he can now move like this.
Yeah.
His strength is and I was like, okay, at the very least, I see we are committing to this, and that is getting me a little bit.
So there's a part of it, too, where I kind of, not knowing, because all I saw was I heard about this thing, and then I saw a trailer for it at, I think, the TGA's, the Game Awards. And the... character was standing around doing powerful stuff and everybody was dying, and it's called solo leveling, and he's the strongest and baddest unstoppable character ever. I was like, yeah, okay. And he just looks like a guy in a hoodie and jeans. And you're like, yeah, okay, right, we know the deal. But I was curious because I was like, this premise is like one thing, and there's the twist of it that it's interesting with the whole system and stuff, and only he can see this HUD, nobody else is seeing the HUD. But the other part of it that I was saying to myself is like, I wonder if part of what you're looking at here is the character's personality could be something that like defies expectations here. He could be somebody that has something that is like, pulling this forward and is part of why you're recommending it here or so. And it's like, nah, man, we're edging it up, bro.
No way, dude. No, he is... He is an empty suit for the viewer to step into, and he's cool, and that is his personality. And look, There's no good characters in this show. There's no good characters.
Listen, he's got a hairstyle that looks kind of like yours, student in Korea, and you're going to watch him stand there with clothing that you might be wearing, and you're going to see his eyes glow blue, and then he's going to teleport behind the guy and go, "Nothing personal, kid," and it'll be like, "Oh fuck, he did it," you know?
Okay, Woolie. Mm-hmm. Let's be real here. Mm-hmm. Let's be real. Mm-hmm. It is a little sick when his eyes go blue.
They animate the trails. They animate the trails. Sick. Yeah.
Do you like it when they animate the trails?
I really appreciate secondary animation on the trails, right? And you know, I also like when you see a character. I like when character designs change and things like that, and you can see this character go from the goof main first episode look.
Yeah, because he starts off as the weakest person of all time.
That's the thing, right? And there's always a big like thing like that. Yeah, like this, like just like what can we make? Like the title of the most pathetic main character of all time needs to be the way we start, you know, and then all of a sudden, you start growing and then the hair gets a little bit cut back, and then and Devilman Crybaby kind of had the same thing actually, right? Mm-hmm, where you just see like the glow up and everyone's like, "Whoa," right? It's important that I know I'm dragging this, but like it's important to do so because like the other thing that's interesting is that like I kind of go, okay, so it's not the personality there, and I'm like, what about the supporting cast? Because sometimes, like with Jujutsu Kaisen, the supporting cast is going to bring in a bunch of awesome, pick your favorite, you know, what's going on there, and you're like, no. None of these supporting cast members are meant to be alternative choices to your main character.
No.
Why they're here?
This is a single player game, you know.
Yeah, they're around and they exist for one reason only. They exist to be measuring tape to put against Hunter Sung, the main character, and
eventually they exist to be stakes, because the Hunter's son, he's not dying. He's not fucking dying.
So I'm surprised, and I was kind of waiting for it to basically get into I was like, are we gonna get into that, like, you know, well, it opens up and introduces new characters and stuff, and I was like, are we going to start looking at the power scaling wiki? Are we going to, you know what I mean? Like, are we going to start describing qualitative transcendence and multi-solar system gigaton attack rating powers? You know, the things they use to judge whether Broly can fight against Goto? You know, like, I'm kind of wondering if it's going to go there, and like, and it doesn't in those words, but it shows you an MP bar, and it shows you HP, and it shows you like actual damage numbers and values, so that you're like, oh, that crazy Sakuga moment where he flipped through the sky and did a crazy stab into the snake's head, like that was with like 67 attack, you know, and this much speed or whatever the numbers are. But the numbers don't have to. The numbers can be anything because they're only applying to the main character because he's the only one whose HUD you see.
Yes. But I think maybe the part of the progression that did work for me is I did like seeing him go like more and more up the demon tower and like get okay.
So then the first arc of that story gets a little further, and I'm looking at the MMO that is not doing a whole lot for me as a setting. And then he gets a mission for a job change, and he walks into a castle, and the setting stops being an MMO and it becomes Dark Souls. And I go, okay.
Okay.
And our main character, Edge Boy, like knife slices his way of course it's got to be a dagger too, assassin, and he cuts his way all the way through, and he's got all the abilities because he's an assassin, but he can do a little bit of maging and he can do a little bit of everything, and oh my god, but he gets through this hallway, and at the end is a throne room, and Artorias the Abyss Walker is waiting for him there, and Igris, aka Artorias, has a big old sword and steps up in a throne room that looks like a room where you fight Ornstein and Smough, and they have a Dark Souls boss battle. And Igris is Artorias, and Artorias is Guts. And that shit was fucking sick.
That might have been the point where I was like, I might need to recommend this to Woolie. Mm-hmm. Well, it was that was when the thought manifested. But I guess I'm curious how much further you went than that.
Because there's a point where because the main characters, and this is where you start, it's like, okay, the problem solving applies to the game logic, and so in the game logic, these daggers are not going to do as much as his raw hands are because he's been buffing strength. So putting the dagger away to crack open armor is the way he solves armor and shield problems. So
was cool. That was cool.
So he puts his dagger away, and when he does that, Artorias of Guts sees it, tilts his head, puts the sword down, throws the daggers away. That's pretty fucking sick, Woolie! That's pretty sick! Like, you remember you played Elden Ring barefisted? Yep. Imagine you got to one of them bosses. Oh, boom! And it becomes a boxing match. And now we get that like hand-to-hand level of respect with the fight, and I'm like, uh-oh, I really like that.
Don't you? I hate that feeling when it's like, shit, this is dumb, but it rules.
I really like that part. I like that, like, you taught Virgil, and Virgil stops and fucking goes, ugh, and taunts you back. So then they start duking it out, and it's a great Sakuga fight. They run up the walls, they blow up the building, they do all the cool things. There's sweeps into punches to the ground, there's launchers into wall bounces, and I mean that's not really Souls anymore. We're getting hyper over the top, but the spirit of the idea of that type of environment and boss fight, it really it changes genre, and I'm like, oh, you switched to a genre that I care about now. Well, damn, okay, well I guess I'm paying attention, and it's a sick fight, and it's like that moment in versus Hanami in JJK season 1 where you're like, okay.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And then the power scaling, the power creep, the power fantasy, the rewards of level up have been going the whole time, and now it's like, oh, your job class changes. You get to be a secret job class. What is that job class? A necromancer. Level up. You didn't use your healing item. You didn't use your teleport. You didn't do any of that stuff. You get bonus. You're not a necromancer. Are you sure you want to turn this job down? Because it's a secret job that nobody knows about. You're super special. Oh shit, I guess I should take it. Okay, but I'm not a mage. All right? Why would I use this? I'm just a strong guy. I don't have
What's the name of the job, Woolie?
No. It's necromancer. And he goes, I'm not a mate. I don't have int. This is a bad for my build. And then the game's like, but nobody knows about this. Are you sure? And then he's like, oh shit, I guess. Okay, fine. And then it goes, all these bonuses mean that you don't actually end up being a necromancer. You get to skip that job and go to the advanced form of a necromancer, which is a shadow monarch. And
it's so cool.
And that is where I pause the anime and I look up at the sky and I look in the general direction of Ireland and I just and I go, God damn it, John. God damn it.
Look,
Shadow Monarch.
I ain't into kings and queens, okay? But I would serve a Shadow Monarch.
Oh my God. All right. I see what we're doing here. And the power fantasy just through the roof. You don't even get to see that original buff. Like we skipped Super Saiyan 2, we skipped 3. We're going right up to the top. And then also here's all this other crazy shit and abilities and da-da-da. And by the way, now you can raise the dead. Arise, you know?
And who does he raise, Woolie? Whose spirit does he capture?
He takes on the spirits of all the knights that he's been fighting along the way, and then he looks over, and the cool death pose of Igris on the ground, Artorias, the Abyss Walker, he's like, arise, and it's like, fail. No, you can't get it. You get 2 more tries. Arise, nuh-uh. And he goes, hey, you want to protect this throne for a king that'll never return? How about instead you serve me? Cool guy, big edge, big glowing blue eyes. We had the sickest fight, didn't we?
Woolie, are we going to pretend that this entire sequence isn't fucking amazing?
And then
this is kind of cool.
And Igris is like, yeah, all right. Yeah, right. Yeah. You got me. Respect. Respect.
I know we said there's no good characters, but the best character is someone who says nothing.
No words.
So, yeah.
Yes. 100%. And Igris, the Abyss Walker, joins the party, and he looks, and then Hunter Sung looks to the camera and basically says, and now I am no longer solo leveling. So yeah, I watched season 2.
All of it?
Yes.
Woolie, you didn't have to do that.
So then it keeps going, you know? And
okay, so for me, this is the point where I actually, I start being like, oh, I'm looking forward to watching another episode of this. That does not last all the way through season 2, but there's a good 8 episodes when I'm genuinely like, oh fuck, now he has this dude, because he beats strong enemies and turns them into his weird ghosts.
Exactly.
And it's kind of rad. And Woolie, Reawaker, are we gonna pretend that isn't a fucking banger OP?
The OPs are cool. The EDs are cool.
EDs are sick as well.
Yeah. I really like Rio. Reawaker's cool. I thought it was Lotus Juice for a second. It wasn't. Rapping on that. Similar tone.
So the guy rapping on that is called Felix, and he is from it's not ATEEZ, it's Stray Kids, who are a really, really big K-pop band.
Gotcha. Okay. And the outro for season 2 has a very dramatic build-up, and there's a cool moment where the wine glass falls, and then the beat drops, and then the title of the episode appears in full block text, and I'm like, yeah, all right, that's stylish. Good job, guys. You know, you're doing it.
Okay, here's a criticism.
It also takes place in Anne Orlando, as far as I can tell. That outro.
Yeah, for some reason. But I wish that the show itself had the art direction of its EDs, because I think this is a fucking boring looking show. Don't get me wrong, there's great animation, there's great Sakuga, but in terms of art direction, I hate how this looks.
Because it's just anime. It's just anime.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel like most anime have a better level of art direction than this. It's just, there's no sense of fashion from the characters. There's no personal expression where they live. The environments, except in very particular dungeons, there's nothing distinctive about the world. It's so flat and nothing.
And it feels a bit like they're making a point of how plainly the main character dresses, to be as relatable as possible.
And look, I fucking tolerate people's bullshit melty blood defense. I still don't like it.
No, you're correct.
Don't like it.
You're correct. I agree. Because, and this is what comes down to, this is a discussion, but it boils down to the difference between the art direction in Guilty Gear and BlazBlue. Right? How a similar character that's a student or a knight or, what a mage can be a very simple depiction of that with very few lines and details, the difference between a mecha cyborg ninja warrior, looking at Hakumen or Justice, right? You have the amount of detail is just minimal, and it's a similar school of thought, Ragna has a much simpler character design than Soul Bad Guy is. It's just that type of thing. And so, here they're not trying to... The Beast Man, that's the S ranker, he's a Beast Man. They wear suits, and then occasionally he becomes more of a lion, and then the hair glows, and it's what it is.
I do like the designs of the ghosts. I think they actually succeed in making them like kind of cute and fun.
But similarly, fantasy, like orcs are orcs and elves are elves, and the frost elves are blue and the high orcs are red. You know, dragons are dragons and stuff.
The high orcs were kind of fucking sick.
Yeah. You know, shit's cool, and then especially with the whole like we're gonna arise you, you know, type of bit. And so this is where I have to also question, because I'm like, make no mistake, the Bloody Palace is awesome, and he goes to it, and he goes up the towers, and they kind of, I don't know how long it goes in the manga, but he goes up a tower, and then there's stuff happening in the tower, and he's trying to get the elixir for his mom and all that.
This is like a special secret dungeon that he's unlocked, at the top of which lies, I think, the cure for his mom or something.
Yeah.
And it's 100 floors, and each floor is like a massive burning city and a huge environments and all this kind of stuff, and there's a boss for each floor, and he's like running out of health items as he goes up the tower, and he's leveling up, and it's interesting.
It's interesting because you get to see him like labbing out his tech, right? So he's like, that's the shit I like. Yeah. If I give my orb of double magic power to my mages who are now in my summon army, this spell that I can do becomes a crazy laser, and it becomes, you know, and like the hidden game mechanics seem to be a big part of this. Is like, yo, what if you're... And this is also, like, and to be fair, an untainted Souls-like game where you wander and find your way accidentally after falling to the bottom of Blight Town into the swamp. You find your way through to this secret area where the trees are, and then the branches there lead down to another area. That sense of discovery in a Souls game where you're not having the internet tell you where to go is kind of what you're watching someone experience by having these hidden quests get completed, you know?
Yeah, and like there's just maybe it's just all the fucking shit with fake video games I do, but like I kind of enjoy how it turned aspects, and like it didn't do a whole lot of it, but it's like the shit you were talking about with the orb. Yeah. You were watching him switch up loadouts in a way that actually makes sense. Actually makes sense isn't the right word. Feels meaningful. Yeah. And there's another bit I really like where he's using the daggers the entire way, and then eventually he gets a telekinesis spell, and then there's a fight where he tosses his dagger up into the air, and it starts swirling around like a helicopter blade, and it just starts slicing through enemies. And for a second, you're like, what the? You're like, yeah, what the fuck? And then you're like, wait, the telekinesis spell. That's what he's. And I like that they didn't stop and be like, well, he's actually using the It's just like, oh shit, okay, yeah, I'm seeing
the
what
game mechanics allow you to do that, right? Because it's real world. Mm-hmm. So John, these are all things that are definitely, it makes sense why they're appealing, and you're describing what's really cool about it. That hit those buttons where you're like, oh shit, okay, I think I'm into that, right? This is a setting where there are multiple grades of hunters who are looking at a very intimidating island with a strong bug man on it.
Yes, Woolie.
Was that at all of interest to you? Was there any part of this the hunters going after the bug man on the island? Was that at all interesting?
Did you think we were done?
Because, Do
you think that you're free?
Yeah.
Woolie?
Yeah.
Do you think this was over? Do you think the birth of your child would change anything about what this is? You watched Hunter x Hunter again. Except from Korea this time.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is this is where it kind of lost me, and I was hoping you'd kind of make it to here. They basically do the Chimera Ant arc in 3 episodes, and in my opinion, it kind of sucked.
Okay, so I don't know what Chimera Ant arc is, but I did feel deep in my soul that I was watching it.
This is the Wish.com Chimera Ant arc. Now, you don't need to worry.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry anything in terms of like this being a spoiler for that arc.
No.
The broad strokes are the same. Nothing else is, and it's kind of amazing because it's like watching like the Chimera Ant arc. Like obviously, like I'm such a fucking Hunter x Hunter mark. Like everyone knows this, but like there is so much in that arc, and there's so much about war and a creature's right to exist and how humanity solves the worst problems and what that says about us. And it was fascinating to watch all of that stripped away for like, I'm really strong.
Well, listen, to be fair, I'm also like, when it comes to our evolving little bug creature type men, I'm also a big mark for perfect cell, and
and when you see Miriam from Hunter x Hunter, you'll realize that Togashi is also a big mark for perfect cell.
Yeah.
But like one thing I love about the Chimera ants is that they are all like unique species. So the way it works is like you'll get like a crab and a wolf, and the Chimera ants will have eaten a crab and eaten a wolf and formed a crab wolf man, and so they all look just fucking crazy and awesome. And the ants literally just look like ants. They are literally just ants. And like even the king ant, the big bad of the entire series, he looks like a regular enemy from like Destiny.
Yeah, so they're just the Zerg hanging out over there, and they're very strong. And they kind of hit like terraform Mars, and it's fine. They're there.
It's I'm gonna say it kind of sucks.
But they introduced the Japanese hunters, and they introduced the evil Japanese leader.
Isn't it fun seeing the evil Japanese hunters?
Yeah. And they introduced some more characters to hold up your measuring tape to and compare, the power levels of, because like Sung has a spar with the strongest, and then that strongest then gets immediately killed by the big bad bug. So you're like, oh shit, the levels, and we're doing power scaling. We're just sitting here doing power scaling. So look, it's there's cool fights, and they become blurs of light at a point, and the Sakuga goes hard, and he upgrades his instant kill ability to become like massacre, and all that system stuff keeps happening. And there's one emotional moment of like, when it's like, oh, I can resurrect living people as well. Not resurrect, I can make them my necromancer slaves. And in this case, I'm going to do it to help save somebody, but in a very like understanding. Oh boy, here we go. What's up?
You good if you need to?
No, she's okay. I think. I'm gonna just. Yeah, no. She's currently being fed. I think she's just. She's fussy that the milk is not already inside of her face, So it's
okay.
The delay.
Maybe she just hates solo leveling, and she's
she's upset at the way that season 2 ended.
Yep. Because I do think, like, I did see the reaction to when I recommended this, and I could see some people very keen for you to come back and be like, "This is total bullshit, John."
I mean, listen, it is everything I said it was up front. It is slop. It is power. Slop.
It
fantasy.
is fast food. It is a McChicken sandwich.
Oh boy, is this fast food. It is isekai power fantasy edgelord slop. But I'll tell you what, Artorias is pretty cool. And there's these little things in there that I'm like, yeah, right, all right, yeah.
So what I will say about that bit we were just talking about, where he makes a ghost out of the human and uses his like healing abilities or whatever, and then his friend's like, thank you for bringing him back, and thank you for like, letting him heal me one last time, but I don't think he'd want this, so would you mind letting his ghost go? That was actually
that was nice.
Like, yeah, that was like, okay, there's some passion in that little bit.
Yeah.
I guess one other thing I'd say about it is like, so we've shit talked how nothing the side characters are, and we've talked about how nothing the main character's personality is. The one thing I kind of appreciate about the show in that regard is it wastes so little time on them. They're like 90% of this show is just fictional dungeon diving.
Yeah.
And I actually appreciate how stripped back it is, you know? Because I feel like other shows would spend more times trying to make you give a shit about these crap characters, you know, but this doesn't fall into that.
No, well, but the thing is this is where I expect your shonen anime to usually, again, whether even if it's something like, you know, My Hero, which you're like not down for, or Jujutsu or Naruto or any of the shonens that we always, you know, that establish the genre, you kind of expect that like there's an alternative to the main character that you can latch onto if you are somebody who likes the, you know, the mage girl a little bit more, right? Or you like that big buff guy, you know? You like the clap boogie woogie a bit more than this. Okay, you can get behind that, you know? But here there's none of that. No one exists and is fleshed out in that degree.
You get Sung Jin and you'll fucking like him.
You will. You know? And everyone, like, you'll be waiting when he's not on screen, everybody on the island is going, "Where's Sung Jin?" You know?
Yep.
And then there's even little moments of just like, who's this mysterious cool badass who's got this extra power? I was like, oh, it's his dad. Okay, right. You know?
No question. And like when they started in those final episodes, when they started expanding when they started expanding the world and being like, oh, but who are these interdimensional like I was just like, I don't fucking
who
care.
Fucking cares?
I do not care.
Yeah,
and worse, I think the problem is now that like to me, the kind of show hit its peak. Like the best bit of it is definitely the Artorias fight,
yes,
like for sure.
Yes. But
up until I really enjoyed the Red Orc fight as well. Like I just thought they did a good job of making that dungeon feel hopeless, and then having Sung Jun save the day in a way that just felt so OP and so cool. I really enjoyed the fight at the top of the Demon Tower as well. Did actually like the little demon girl. Thought she was kind of rad.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's kind of my cutoff, where I was like, okay, I feel like at this point now, like when he beats the Demon Lord, they did a good job of building up to that fight, and it felt meaningful and it felt like he had gotten stronger. And now I feel like we're running into Super Saiyan 3 problems, where we've kind of lost the ability to contextualize this guy getting any stronger. Because even when he absorbs the Ant King and turns the Ant King into an Ant King ghost, it's like, well, I mean, he could already beat everything. There's no... And expanding the world and like making this a more political thing, I mean, I don't think that's going to do a whole lot for me. But that said, am I watching season 3 of this when it comes out? Fucking of course. You know?
I mean, he stands on a building and it ends with him basically going, their battles will continue. I mean, it really is like, there's nothing to... He hits level 100, he gets all the power, and he's already S rank beyond S rank because there's no higher number. And the only thing you're kind of going is like, all right, we just need to figure out whether there's other players, who built the system, and if that first god in the first episode is the Sukuna of this setting. You know, that's kind of all you really are waiting on. But in the meantime, enjoy main character protagonist boy that could be any one of you, as he's just unstoppable. And now the other thing too is like the premise is clearly like for somebody who likes these isekai settings, but what if you're somebody who also likes to be in a world where your character is level 100 dominating everything, and you just want to spend time being a god in this world, you know? Like when you beat Elden Ring and there's nothing that can remotely touch you, some folks enjoy continuing to just walk around and be unstoppable. You know, this is kind of just putting that to pencil, you know, who knows or cares where it goes from here. You know, I mean, mission accomplished. We got some McDonald's.
We got some, look, hey,
yeah.
I just wanted to go to the drive-thru.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we dive deep in these segments, and sometimes I want to get some fast food. Yeah. And, Woolie, I'm glad that you reasonably enjoyed your McChicken sandwich.
That's it. That's all it was. And I'm like, I see why. I see exactly what you wanted to. Like, you recommended a McChicken sandwich, and I went and I was like, yeah, I was pretty hungry. You know?
Yeah. I think there's been a lot of backlash towards the series because basically it won Anime of the Year last year. And what I would say there is, like, I have affection for this show, but, like, when I compare it to shows like Frieren, where it's, like, this very slow but meditative, like, just really beautiful story about, like, these really great characters, and, like, you have to get to, like, the end of it before it kind of clicks and you're like, oh fuck, I am really feeling shit from this. And you know, it's a beautiful Wagyu steak, Woolie, losing to a chicken sandwich, and I think that's why it got a lot of backlash. And so people are like, well, why didn't you recommend Woolie Frieren? And it's like, well, because the 12 episodes was the kind of was initially what I wanted you to watch, and I didn't know you were going to watch all of it, all of Solo Leveling, but you'd get more of what Solo Leveling was from 12 episodes than you would get from what Frieren was. Like, I think you need to do that whole thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And I knew time was, like, a factor.
Yeah, no, that is it. That makes a lot of sense. I will say that this is one of those, having watched it now especially, I'm like, I can point out as much of, you know, there's the parts, like, we've highlighted the parts that are like, okay, you're doing cool stuff, and the parts that are all just dreck. And I know this, that, like, yeah, if you're somebody out there that's rocking that Solo Leveling hoodie, you know, if you're the person that's like, you know, Kirito is the true black swordsman, if you have that energy and go, Hunter Sung is the coolest, best, he's unstoppable, he's the like, that tells me a lot about you. I think I know exactly.
Okay.
You know,
all that says to me about a person is they just maybe have not watched a lot of media of this type.
That's what it says. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. It tells me that this is McDonald's, and you know what? Your palate might consist of Subway, Wendy's, and, you know, the lunch sandwiches your mom made. You know, yeah. Like. Yeah.
But still, like, I'm not poo-pooing it.
No,
I liked it enough to bring it to this.
No condescending energy, but it's just what it is. It's just what it is. I think that this premise and the things we like about it could have been done while improving every other aspect we discussed, including supporting characters, character design, art direction, personality, etc. Like, all of those things could have.
See, Woolie, if you do that, you get Hunter x Hunter.
I see. But Hunter x Hunter doesn't have Gon pulling up a HUD and leveling up. And
I don't remember there being a motherfucking Shadow Monarch in Hunter x Hunter.
Okay, I have to ask, and here's the question now, right?
Okay.
While you were watching this, did you pause to read the menus as they popped up very quickly?
Woolie, the moment I knew this show actually fucking had me was when I found myself pausing it to read the menus.
I knew it. I knew it because I did the same thing. Yep. You know, it very quickly pops up stuff where you don't have time to read it because it's just a description of the item that was picked up or whatever. And he kind of summarizes, oh, this is a pretty strong sword. Okay. And puts it away. But if you want to, you can pause and read the full item lore.
Okay. And, like, for me, it was this moment where, like, that starts fairly early on. And I, like, at the time, like, at that point, I was like, this show sucks. Like, what are we fucking doing? And then I was, like, pausing it to read it. And I had to have this moment where I was like, if I really think this show sucks, why am I pausing to read the menu? You know?
Yeah.
But, yeah. Willie, what say we head over to the Pantheon of Greatness and rank this thing?
Let's do it. Where do I put the McDonald's McChicken sandwich? Well, on a day when I'm pretty hungry, hunger is the best spice. And if it's fresh made and you know, everything is where it ought to be and it's not falling out of the wrapper, then yeah, it's an ideal, you know, sandwich, and you can get a good lunch out of that. So we're going to take this right past Silent Hill Ascension Omicron, an FGC tourney being missed, Sexy Hiking, the Leprechaun movies, Cyber 6, and Police Knots. Is it better than Fear and Hunger? I mean, considering Fear and Hunger is very similar to me in that it's an edgy attempt at an idea, and it succeeds at some things and it fails at others, but I get what they were going for, and I see...
I'm not going to argue it, Woolie. I am just going to once again say how categorically I disagree with his assessment of that game and leave it at that.
But it sounds to me like the second game is a fuller, truer representation of the ideas. And
no, the first game is good, you moron. You just played it like a lunatic!
Oh, boy. So, you know... on Terror and Starvation, mind you. But the experience as to that was the stipulation. The experience as to getting to the Crow Mauler or not. I would say that a simple thing, going edgy and leaning into both things try to be edgy. When Fear and Hunger goes edgy, I'm like, hey, don't. I can't.
This is the wildest comparison of all time. I'm trying to be supportive. I'm happy you like this. This is insane.
The big enemy grabs you and violates you, and then you crawl around bleeding out the butt. Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Okay, that sucks. That's
the part of that game that I think about when I think back on Fear and Hunger, alongside other shit, So yeah, all right. Look, it's I'm gonna put it above that. All right, Igris is cooler than that. Food, I guess, versus media is going to be a difficult comparison.
Okay, Woolie, can I weigh in here?
Yeah.
I don't think a McChicken sandwich beats Caribbean food.
I don't think it does. Don't think it does, right? And so this is the difficulty of just like having a food item here, because I'm like, the best version of that, especially that I've had, is divine. And it's crazy to put that up against it. This is kind of what I was... This is you pretty much hit right what I was hitting, right? Is that, to me, when I look at this chart, everything from Caribbean food and up is right?
So here's the thing. I think there's 4 entries from Cyber 6, or every Leprechaun movie, Cyber 6, Police Knots, Fear and Hunger, Caribbean food. That is a massive gap. And one of the reasons I wanted to recommend, because like the very next thing on the list is fucking Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like that is a gigantic, and one of the reasons I wanted to recommend something is I actually want to flesh out this part of the list a little more. And I have a feeling this is kind of where we're going. Honestly, you liked it more than I thought you would, and you liked it about as much as I hoped you would. Like, okay. I think we both have stuff in this show. They're like, it's pretty good,
And the Jenga blocks, the load-bearing part of this list is right there. So that's how I feel about it. And when I look at this and I go, yeah, that's about right. The chicken sandwich goes below Caribbean food. That feels right to me. The only thing about this that bugs me is the idea that, like, Police Knots and Cyber 6 should be fucking better than that. But, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, do you want to put solo leveling below Police Knots?
No.
And Cyber 6 was pretty good. How did the theme song go again?
We're not.
What is it? Can I just give me a few bars?
Your
new
number 25. Your new number 25 is
solo leveling.
Solo leveling.
'Cause deep in my heart is love so deep. Is that it? I can't remember.
I don't know. I thought you hated it.
You know what, Woolie? You know one thing I will say about that theme. It's a grower. Your new number 25, solo leveling. Just beating out Fear and Hunger and being beaten by Caribbean food. Oh. Oh.
No.
Okay,
no.
what are we doing?
Drag it down.
Where's it going?
Drag it down under police knots. Stop it.
Under police knots.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, stop
I think that's the right call. I think that's the right call.
Stop. What do we stop? Hold on.
I think police knots is way less fun than solo leveling, but also a much better piece of art.
Yeah, no. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah.
We're the recency bias is too fucking, you know. And I'm thinking about that wine glass falling in the outro.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
You know, so.
Listen, Woolie just had a kid. I have some kind of parasitic organism that I believe is stretching from my ankle all the way into my brain. We're not at 100 right now. It took us a minute to hone in there.
Fear and Hunger, I locked in on Fear and Hunger as like this, you know? But when you do that, you ignore what's immediately beneath it a little bit, and I think that's the improper way to judge things. So, all right. You know, I just I had a final thought as we were coming back in here, which is just for something like solo leveling, I think we're both always a little bit like, you know, if it's for you, if it's your thing, then that's fine, even if it's not for me, and I find it kind of simplistic or whatever. For everything I call it, you know, there's always that, this is someone's bullseye, you know? And the genre that exists of these isekai things, where I'm like, maybe if I was more into the genre and it would hit harder, you know, I'd be able to have moments like that Artorias and Dark Souls thing I just did, you know, a minute ago. So I kind of am like, what if there was a genre where people just started making a bunch of anime about fighting games, right? All of a sudden, and like the quality there's dumpster all the way up to like above mid, and you know, I know we've got like one or two out there. You've got Young Ladies Don't Play Fighting Games and High Score Girl and things like that, you know.
High Score Girl is so fucking good.
So there's one or two examples, but I'm talking, what if a major trend started and all of a sudden...
Yeah, what if you're getting the Sakuga in those, right?
Yeah, and all of a sudden the thing that we like a lot started to become like the main thing, and you know, then this type of conversation might go a little differently, you know? If you had your pick of the litter as to like which of these fighting game animes do you think is the best one and which ones are forgettable, you know? But it just also happens to be like, yeah, I never liked World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or any of these experiences, you know? And the inherent nature of, I guess, like breadcrumb, drip feed design just goes antithetical to the things I like. But I'll tell you one thing, when you hit something in an anime, it responds, as opposed to in an MMO where you swing and it just stands there and then a number pops up, you know? Like, the thing that makes me feel the worst about games is when I attack something and it doesn't respond to it.
Yeah, I'm the exact same. I need that, like, kinetic... You have done something
feedback
in this world, you know? And I think it's a sensory thing nearly. Some people do not, and it lets them grind their way through MMOs. I tried Final Fantasy XIV. I could not summon the enthusiasm for going back for a second session. I have no doubt it's great because enough people say it's great, and I see the trailers sometimes and I love all like the art direction, everything's happening.
Soken's amazing. The music is beautiful.
Yeah, I'm just never going to be able to get there.
And it's why I feel like I can be a sucker for something like Black Desert, where even though it's a scam, when you hit something, it actually gets launched up in the air, and I go, oh, he hit it. Like, the world is getting impacted. There's hit stop when you swing at a thing, versus just like it's a raid boss and numbers are flying off of it as it doesn't care about any individual, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a hard sell when you are coming from fighting games. Like, I'm the same. You know, I spent so much of my life playing fighting games where a large part of the design of those games is making you feel good when you hit something.
Yeah.
And to go into that, yeah, it's tricky. Woolie. And so we have arrived.
a lifetime in the
Reboot.
making.
So I'm curious, Woolie.
Oh, are you going to ask me the question?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. Because I have my answer this time. I didn't want to frame it. What I'm curious about, Woolie, is when's the last time you watched Reboot, start to finish?
That's the problem, and that's actually this is kind of how I wanted to start this conversation. Is I'm starting a little bit bummed here, because to do this justice for everyone who loves Reboot, you know, and to really, to do it justice, I feel like I really wanted to watch the whole thing between last time and now, so that
why didn't you?
Because it's been a time. I really wanted to refresh and rewatch the whole thing so that I could come into this.
Okay,
right.
So Woolie, can I just say how I'm feeling right now? I feel like we've been doing this podcast for 2 years, right?
About.
Yeah. Just under 2 years. We've been friends for much longer than that. I don't know how 6-7 years maybe. Would you say that's accurate?
Perhaps.
And I feel like you are taking all that and prioritizing some girl you just met.
You know, I mean, we don't even know what she's like, you know? It's crazy. It's nuts. Just throwing it all out the window.
How many witty quips has she come out with? Okay, no, I can't. She's such a great little girl.
And she barely even acknowledges my existence, you know? It's crazy. I'm simping so hard, and, you know, there's just no pulling out of it. Listen, I did feel like I wanted to refresh to do it justice, and unfortunately,
of course, dude. But like you were never going to be able. Yeah.
So beginning to end, it has been a really long time. But the last time I did a big chunk of it, I would say was I did a big chunk of it when I was writing the video essay, The Forgotten History of Reboot, and then I did a big chunk of it when the DVDs came out. You know, when they got re-released on DVD finally after years. So those were the big two. And then again, another big chunk went, not a big chunk, but some slight little here and there when the Reboot Rewind, the documentary series that's been ongoing, came out. Got to.
Oh yeah, I saw some of that.
Yeah. So the truth is that like beginning to end, longer than I can tell you, right?
Okay.
Okay. But in pieces sometimes, because for example, there's times where I'm like, I don't want to do the whole thing, but I do want to just go like the run that leads from Painted Windows all the way up to Web World Wars, for example, is like a run, you know.
Interesting that you pick out Painted Windows.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Right, and so that's the thing with the...
we'll get to it.
No, yeah, for sure. But just to say that I will say that as far as watching parts of it go, chunks of it go, last night.
Okay.
I did what I could.
Okay. So, speaking of doing Reboot justice, I wanted to address some stuff from the last episode, because last episode I didn't watch Reboot, and some people got like pretty pissed about that. And having like kind of, you know, like heard them out and stuff, I can kind of see why. Because when I look about like how I talked about that, I kind of on the episode did frame it pretty much as like, didn't watch it, lol. And I can 100% understand that like some people are kind of, you know, upset about that, because there's people who listen to this podcast and they will look forward to the thing that we are talking about for that entire month. And for people like you, Woolie, who are so passionate about Reboot, I get that there was probably a lot of excitement about watching it. And then when it got to that episode, I was like, oh, I didn't watch it. So I guess like, let me just, I want to clarify like what actually happened there. So I had actually watched season 1 at the time of the recording, but unfortunately the month before coincided with the month before going to Montreal, as well as the book launch, and that just led to one of the worst crunches I have ever experienced. And I spent a while during that time, and like this was things where it was just like 6-7 days a week, every single week, and then like working till like 9-10 p.m. on those days. And then sometimes I'd like try and sit down and try and watch an episode of Reboot, and I was like running the numbers, and then like, I found myself doing insane calculations like, okay, if the plane ride to Canada is 6 hours long, I can actually watch all these, but then after a while I realized like how much I wasn't connecting with it, and not really, like, it wasn't a case of like not enjoying it. It was a case of like, this is not giving the show its fair due, and I have to move this. You know what I mean? And I actually said it to you, Woolie, before I was like, I am not going to be able to get this watched. And then I was like, okay, fuck, what can we do? What can we do? And then I was like, oh, you know what? We can just make a bit out of it, and we can just kind of have fun with it. And I did enjoy that bit.
I didn't know what that bit was going to be.
yeah.
That fucking threw me. Oh, boy.
And, I thought that was pretty fun. I get that it wasn't to everyone's taste. That's cool. But so it did just kind of like, it was just like the reality of it. It was this thing where that was just a fucking hell month. And it's even the kind of thing, if that trip to Montreal hadn't been there, probably could have just about done it. But it's like, I wanted to come to Montreal and see Woolie, And
I did know too that like there's a part of it where it's like whatever we were going to talk about that month was going to get like stacked up and lost behind the fight.
This was another consideration. Like, without Reboot, that episode was 4.5 hours long.
I mean, yeah. There was still, I had a Mother 3 discussion in there. Like, and for people who are like kind of coming in to look for, like, they just kind of want to get to the fight, it's crazy to ask that time for it. Like, it's a lot. It's, but all this to say that, no, there was always that feeling of like the fight was going to overshadow anything else happening, any other subject, no matter what.
Yeah.
It would, the word reboot would have not have been even in the title of the video.
Exactly, like that wasn't, and that sucks because I know fans of Reboot are going to, who like have no fucking idea who we are going to end up seeing this. I'm like, that's cool. Like, it's cool that we have it in the title or whatever. But yeah, and so like I get that like this wasn't a thing for most people, but I do also get like that there were people that were kind of upset about that. And like, look, I get you. And my takeaway from that is like, just be a little more transparent when we're kind of doing when timeline stuff means that we just can't complete the obligations to the podcast in the same way that we kind of want to sometimes. I guess when I did have to laugh a little bit when I saw one or two people being like, John's being so selfish, John's being so lazy. And it's like, well, I did learn to box and fly to Canada and fight someone 8 weight classes above me or whatever it is, it's like,
if you're lucky.
Okay. But then there were a lot of people, like the vast majority of people as well, who were like, they're like, hey, dude, I didn't think this was cool, but they were like chill about it. And I just want to say I appreciate that because, yeah, I get it. Which is what makes it such a bummer that I didn't watch it again.
No, I think to be honest, I think all of that makes perfect sense. And that the fact that I am happy that we get to have the discussion now, and that's something that I think deserves a solid top billing, gets its space for that. Yeah, in as much as it would have gotten, it would have been, if you got it done on time last time, it would have gotten lost.
Yeah.
And that I don't mind the fact that this gets its space here, and yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, totally. This is one of those recommendations where there was a real weight going into it because I know how much Reboot means to you.
But I just want you to experience it in a vacuum. Just experience it in a vacuum, Don't think about my eyeballs staring at the back of your neck.
Don't think about your little Reboot pin hanging from your hat for all those years, Woolie.
No, don't think about it. just watch the show and see how it go, you know?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, generally, I think at this point, I am good at just being like, okay, the show is going to hit me how it hits me. Fuck everyone else. Fuck it if it's a cherished childhood memory, Woolie.
Yes. Throw that all out.
Mm-hmm. And so I start watching it. And I would say that... So I'm going to say it. Season 1's rough.
Yes.
Season 1, in a lot of ways, like, you can see the technology itself is amazing for the time. Like, and if you really kind of put your mind back into that time and like think about everything else that was around and Reboot, the technology is amazing. The animation isn't.
No. And there is a quote where one of them are describing, one of the creators from the hub, which of the creators is describing how making the show was like it was like a race, except you're building the car as it goes and the track also doesn't exist, and and you don't know where you're going to end up. Like, it was crazy because they were using machines that were meant for like text in commercials at the end of a 3D text in a commercial. They were using those machines to make cartoons, which is not what they were meant for.
Sounds like an absolute fucking nightmare. Holy shit.
Yeah, and so that's why in the that old video I did, I kind of describe how it is fucking rough watching them walk like this and have super goofy, barely getting across the finish line 20-minute episodes. But when you compare it to its closest contemporary, literally fucking nothing. You're like, oh, well, maybe it's not that bad, because there really was no other full animated cartoon show at the time,
Yeah. And then, like, with the writing and stuff as well, like, so the whole gimmick here is that this is all taking place inside like a console or maybe a PC.
It's a computer.
It's a computer, and it's this little digital world where all these little 3D digital people live. And you are seeing everything through the eyes of the main protagonist, Bob. And Bob is a guardian. And Bob's purpose is to mend and defend.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. In the intro, he says, "For my new friends."
Yes. To defend my newfound friends.
Yeah, and you don't get to understand what that means for quite a while. Because it's like, oh wait, so Bob hasn't always lived in this little digital city?
No, he comes from
the web
net.
Or the net.
I come from the net. You know?
But like what that actually means in it, like, is, and so you.
Go ahead.
So then the gimmick is that every episode, the user, the human being who lives outside this computer, inserts a new GameCube. And you can tell how old this is because it uses the word GameCube.
Yeah. I always, so it's interesting you described, so you're the first person I've ever heard that described it as like maybe a console, which is interesting because to me, I'm like, it's such a PC. It's clearly a computer. All the terms they use to describe everything are computer terms. But there's a part of my headcanon when I thought about what this machine was, where I thought about it as a desktop computer with a cartridge slot in it.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that makes me think cartridge, or makes me think console. But that said, there's episodes later on that I think push it more towards being a PC. But so these game cubes come down, and they're basically these giant purple cubes from the sky, and everyone inside the game cube gets summoned into a video game, and it can be a racing game, it can be a fantasy game, it can be all like these different kinds of games, and that is kind of the structure of each episode. There's like a problem, then there's a GameCube, and then you might have hijinks from one of the two villains megabyte, and hexadecimal.
Yeah, it's kind of like each game is a domain expansion.
Yes.
For you kids out there.
Honestly, fucking yes. Yeah. That is
God.
it.
Oh,
and then like the players Bob and so you have Bob, and then you have Dot
Matrix.
And Dot Matrix. So Bob is a man. He is a man with hair. And
Dreads.
Dot is his dreads. Yep. Is his friend who runs a diner. And then you have Enzo, who is the little Bart Simpson stand-in with his little backwards hat and his little skateboard, and he goes alphanumeric. And this is kind of the show for the first season. And I guess like, so you watch the first episode and it's like, Megabyte's there, and absolutely incredible vocal performance on Megabyte.
Tony J.
Unbelievable. He's like this kind of dignified, oh, hello, Bob, like that kind of, and it's so good.
Let's be real, carrying the show. The voice of Megabyte, carrying it, in my opinion.
Especially for this first season. Mm-hmm. But then you also meet Hexadecimal. And Hexadecimal, I might have said this last time, Hexadecimal is like, so she feels like something out of a Geiger book,
out of a different show.
She feels like something from like a Korn music video.
Mm-hmm.
She is this massive, tall, sultry kind of like very statuesque woman, and she has these masks on that she takes off and puts on to match her different emotions, and she's terrifying. She's really scary.
So again, as Tony J is an incredible performance holding down the villain Megabyte, Hexadecimal, the other villain, Shirley Milner, right? Stage performing, unbelievable voice talent.
Devouring the scenery, devouring that voice booth.
My format, virus.
It's so good. But like, so I was watching it, and I would say like the first thing that kind of interests me about the show, it's like Megabyte, his whole thing is like, I am going to overwrite and make everyone conform. I am going to spread my, way of being throughout this world. Mm-hmm. But Hexadecimal is the opposite. She's like, I am chaos. I don't want this world.
Chaos. Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't want the world to make sense. And it's like, okay, I appreciate here that we have... So this is something I used to love in children's shows when I was little. I loved when there was not good and evil, but competing factions.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I always just thought that added so much depth to a show, you know what I mean? And in this, it's like, you have Bob, and then you have Enzo and Dot, and they're like the good guys. Then you have Hex, and she's a bad guy, but then you have Megabyte, and he's a bad guy, but they're not bad guys in the same way. They're not compatible. They're the opposite.
Yeah. There are even times where the solution to a Megabyte problem is a hexadecimal chaos solution, or vice versa.
Yeah. And then on top of that, you have the GameCubes, which are the player. And if Bob and Co. lose in the game, every sprite that's trapped in the game gets erased.
Nullified.
Yep. So that is like the kind of core setup of the show. And, the first season, I came out a lot of the episodes being like, I sure am watching a kid's show.
Yep. Make no mistake, the creators, Gavin Blair, Ian Pearson, Phil Mitchell, and John Grace, aka The Hub, did not even want there to be a child in the show, and their producer said, you have to put a little kid in there for the kids to relate to. I don't know, just stick some little Enzo in the show, which Enzo is short word for little Italian kid. Stick a little Enzo in there.
Okay. Yeah, so, I watched the first season, and I would say for the most part, like, the bits that stand out are there's some fun stuff. You're completely right. There is some fun stuff with Megabyte, and there's some fun stuff with Hexadecimal. And in the last episode, there is this bit where it's like a party, and right at the end of the episode, Megabyte shows up, and like something about Megabyte, he kind of reminds me of like Tony the Tiger's evil twin.
Okay.
Sure.
But
Megabyte shows up in the last episode of season 1 to Dot's like birthday or whatever it was. I think she won something.
Third to last episode, Talent Night. It's right after that is the Funhouse Identity Crisis episodes.
But, right. Yeah.
But right before that is Talent Night. It's Enzo's birthday.
Yeah, Enzo's birthday. Megabyte shows up and performs a guitar solo and leaves, and the episode ends. And I was like... I was kind of like, someone put that in the show because they just really thought it'd be sick.
Yeah.
And you know what? They were right.
I always wanted to do that. And that's the end of the episode.
Yeah, and I was like, okay. And like, look, like I'm not trying to like bag on season 1. That to me was kind of my favorite thing that happened.
It is the best thing that happened. Yes.
Yeah. The Funhouse stuff was like interesting because it felt just like a little bit spookier than kids shows tend to go. Like there was more of an edge to it. It was basically like, oh fuck, I hope this really horrible game called Funhouse doesn't come because we always get erased when that we always, and that was, I was like, okay, I like how they're setting this up. And then the episode itself like stayed with me a little less, but yeah, okay.
And so just in the background, the creators at this point are fighting against ABC and the studios because they want to make a show that has a little bit more of an edge to it and has a little bit more continuity, but they're not allowed to. They have to make single-serving children's episodes of the show. So the Funhouse was the first thing they did that like was allowed to have a part 1 and part 2. And when they inside of it, there's visions of a future darker mainframe where a little bit of teenage Enzo shows up. But it's like they're able to push it a little bit, but they're being boxed in by their production.
It's funny you say that because this Reboot did actually air on Irish television.
Oh yeah.
And I remember seeing part 2 to Funhouse, having not seen part 1, and my reaction to it was like, oh man, that's crazy. I can't believe that like the story continued through the episodes. Because I didn't know anything else like that at the time, And that made it stand out. Like my reaction was not, I'm a dumb child and I don't know what's happening. My reaction was like, whoa, like that was... Okay. So it's interesting.
Did it air after other 3D stuff was airing too?
No.
Okay.
Well, at least in Ireland, there was nothing else like this at the time.
Okay.
And like, when I say, like, I would say, like, 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Like, very, very young when it was airing. So that's about the point where, like, I the odd bit aside, I'm not connecting with this show. And, I'm conscious that, like, the first season was always going to be the kind of roughest, but I'm also conscious of, like, I am working myself to the bone every day. I do not have time, and trying to squeeze this, like, okay, you know what? I have to cut up this bit of footage here. I'm going to stick an episode of Reboot on this side monitor. This is never how I want to approach a Versus Wolves challenge. Yeah, like
the characters are walking like puppets while you're trying to fucking get other shit done.
Yeah, I'm like, what is Woolie's fucking problem? This ridiculous man-child and this ridiculous show. So then we hit season 2, and I think it's getting a bit better. And there's an episode, and it's I can't remember the name, but it's when they get drawn into the dinosaur video game.
When games collide.
When games collide, yeah. So they get drawn into a military game and a dinosaur game, and the two genres merge, and we get Dino Tank.
Yeah!
And I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. But my favorite part from this episode is there's a bit Megabyte actually gets trapped in this game with Bob, and there's a bit where Bob saves Megabyte's life.
Mm-hmm.
And then right at the end of the episode, Bob's like hanging from a cliff or something. I don't remember the specific scenario. And Megabyte grabs him, saves him, and then he's like, now we're even. And it was like, oh, this is some real like character writing now. Like we're playing with the dynamics of these characters, you know? Mm-hmm. And like I would say from this point, I am gradually having a better time. Like I am gradually... It's not feeling like a chore to sit down with. I usually watch an episode in the morning and an episode at lunch. Because just for the record, I had to watch 46 episodes, which is usually about double what we do for these Versus Wolves. But I understood that this was important, and you know, it's getting to the point where I'm not having a bad time. I'm not like bored. Okay. I'm not resisting the urge to look at my phone.
So just to say too that like and again the effort of you can see it was a difficult recommend because it's a whole show. And I knew that getting past that first season was always going to be a front loaded like stumbling block that there's just no way to get around. And I eventually just decided, you know what, fuck it. Let's just put it out there. You did the same when you put things out there as well, you know, with like recommends. So why am I stressing this point, you know?
Yeah, there's some recommends that we have done it and are going to want to do where there's no clean way to recommend it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I really want you to watch this thing. It's going to be 30 hours. Fuck it, look, let's just go for it, you know? And so some of those are incoming, you know? Like it's...
But as you mentioned something where like the games collide moment, I'm like, that's one of those things where you meant like a little bit of that I felt was happening when I'm going back in time to each of those episodes in season 2. There's a little something where you're like, oh, okay, because the episode right before that is the Codemaster Talon doing...
Oh, fuck, okay, yeah, you know what?
Paradigm Shift.
I am wrong. When Games Collide was not the first episode that got me interested. It's that one.
He's because all of a sudden Paradise Shift. I'm like, what is that? The sky is moving.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Mm-hmm. So basically, you get this character, and he is one of my favorite like archetypes in like especially a kids' TV show. The Grey.
Mm-hmm.
The like, he's not a good guy, he's not a bad guy, but he's a fucking problem, you know. And I really love stuff like that. Like I loved. Did you ever watch Teen Titans?
Oh yeah, a little bit.
There's some really interesting stuff with like kind of neutral characters in that, and trying to figure out where they stand or if they're good or they're bad. Just like really, really cool stuff. But they're a
problem. Yeah.
Yeah. The Stranger in this Talon. Okay, so Woolie, let's talk about Talon.
Okay, Lens the Reaper. So Talon is Old Man Pearson, but the Reaper is stepping through the portal. He's got a praying mantis body. Mm-hmm. He's got a cool staff, and he speaks like a code master.
How does Talon speak, Woolie?
Oh, Old Man Pearson? Well, you know, he's an old man.
Oh, de do. Oh, what are we doing here now?
I'm not going anywhere, you lass. You can't. Yeah. And listen, that is far from the only stereotype in this show. By the time the credits roll, they hit all parts of the globe, you know.
Yeah, you know. Yes. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
But okay.
And look, Pearson is a Canadian name in particular with stuff here, too. But anyway.
But The Stranger was the first episode. So at this point, I was like ranking the episodes out of 10.
Okay.
And The Stranger got an 8. Like I was like, okay, that was actually pretty fucking fun. Like I'm having a good time here. And then we hit Painted Windows.
If we just before that, I just want to make a little cool note.
Okay.
Right before that episode, Bad Bob is the trucker Mad Max episode. And I've repeated this many times because it's a cool little detail. Brendan McCarthy is the artist who designed all these characters, and he's the artist that drew the comic book Judge Dredd. And this episode of Reboot is directly responsible for inspiring George Miller to make Mad Max Fury Road.
Get out of town.
Yes.
That's...
The megabyte truck going down the highway in that racing game, and everyone becoming a Mad Max character trying to stop the truck from crashing is directly where Fury Road came from, on the record.
Wow. That is insane.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
So, Painted Windows.
Yes.
So the story of this episode is there's no game, rather Hexadecimal, our girl, has basically hacked into Microsoft Paint and taken control of it. And so everything I said earlier about like Reboot not having like interesting art direction or looking good, get rid of that shit. That's gone now. Painted Windows does not look good for its time. It is a stunning episode visually that does so much weird and crazy visual tomfoolery. It's stuff like she can copy and paste people from different like physical windows. It's like characters are like turning on their like motion streak so that you see every frame of them, and it is a fucking just beautiful episode. But it also is an episode where it starts to dive into Hex a little more, and you kind of start to see that she has this weird affection for Bob. Like she's a bit softer on him than she is on like everyone else. And it's like this little nugget of sweetness in this insane cyber witch.
And she's lonely, you know?
She's lonely.
Yeah. There's little moments where, you know, I think Enzo falls off the edge of the command area they're in and just becomes made up of windows, you know?
Yes.
And just stretches his arm out, and each part is able to, and like all these little bits, like you said, cutting and pasting, creating copies as he's walking around and filming the interview, you know, with Mike the TV and everything. Just creatively doing so much fun stuff. Hex has a little more going on than initially projected.
Yeah, like she's not just crazy. There's gears working under the surface, and it was like a really genuinely stunning episode, and like kind of that edge again. Like that edge is back a little bit. Like it's kind of like any episode with Hex is going to be unsettling, especially when she does the like razor tooth smile. You know the one. Because
she like her goal in these episodes, like for something like this, is like, I want to paint over mainframe to become whatever I want to just express myself, you know, like that. And like, if other people get like, you know, trapped in my art. I'm having fun, chaos. Let's go, you know.
And I think the thing that never ages is art direction. You know, like when you look at your tool set of like how you create something visually and you try and like be like, okay, what can I do to say something interesting with the visuals on hand? That shit never gets old. It never ages. You can always appreciate it. And there's so much like amazing shit to appreciate in this episode. Like to the point that I'd say, if you are looking for the absolute most truncated version of Reboot, stick on this episode. It's all on YouTube for free. Season 2, episode 5, Painted Windows. And it's just, if you care about animation or just, you know, how things look, it's a beautiful episode to go watch.
And it was, I noticed at the time when little kid me is watching and recording these episodes on VHS, that it ends with sticking her with Mike the TV when she's lonely, because basically this like ripping Hex's mask off creates this insane moment where she gets all messed up and drops to the ground all afraid, like super, like Bob feels almost bad about it, you know, and leaves her with Mike, and that ends up being like the first of a little tidbit into things connected to each other. you know, where normal episodes, again, would not have that. There would be no connective tissue between them.
No, like, Hex did not get, like, Team Rocket's blasting off to space. You know, they actually use this episode to kind of say something.
Isn't that, too, where, like, she's watching the opera at the end and then, like, the mirror breaks?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think so.
Right? So the mirror breaks and something comes out the mirror and we don't know what it is. And tune in next time, you know? Yeah, yeah.
So then we kind of get a couple more episodes and we're introduced to a new character called Andrala. And Andrala is like...
Andrea.
Andrea.
AI.
Yeah, Andrea. Yep. Andrea is this, basically a sprite from a game who... she's like a kind of mermaid character, and she can like paralyze people with her nails. And also, we get our first A tier dot design. Dot the mermaid.
Dot the mermaid. Yeah.
Looks so fucking sick.
Yeah. Bob's like, whoa.
yeah. I was like, damn. Okay, yeah. All right. And I think, you know, slowly, like, in the first season, Dot is like, she owns a cafe and that's most of her deal. And she's nice, but she's also like, those boys, you know? And especially in this second season, I feel like that starts to fall away and you start to see this like quite like restrained person who gets exasperated easily and feels a lot of responsibility towards the city. And just, you know, you're starting to pull out that character more, and it's interesting. And
yeah, she's very much a kind of like a little neurotic, kind of controlling sort of bureaucrat, you know?
Yeah.
And there's not much to her beyond just like crunching the numbers, business, da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
But you start to get a little bit more here.
And so then in the final like 3 episodes of this season, Reboot turns into just a shonen anime.
Yeah. I would say, I mean, a Megazord, you know, transformation sequence. I would say so.
And we're introduced to basically a virus that fuses hexadecimal and megabyte together to the point that we get gigabyte.
I am become Gigabyte, destroyer of systems.
Now, I never saw that episode when I was little, but I imagine seeing that as a kid would have done shit.
Dude! Like, rent-free in my head is little, is Guardian, give me your key tool. Glitch, away! Bzzz. Looks up at it. 2 sprites will do just as well. You know? I was just like, yeah, rent free.
But yeah, like they do a good job of making this fucking thing feel like powerful and like unbeatable, you know? And it's not really not something I expected from this show at this point.
Also, at the time, a gigabyte was a crazy amount of data, by the way.
Like insane.
No one's hard drive had that. It's insanely big. Jurassic Park's T-Rex was a gigabyte of data. Who would need that much space? That's crazy.
Yeah. I failed to mention Mouse.
Do. Yeah. Hey, sugar.
So, okay.
If you're a fan of Rogue, then guess what?
Yep. So, in the same way that you looked at in Ireland's direction when Shadow Monarch came on screen, when I saw Mouse, I looked towards Montreal and I was like, "You dog," you know. So, Mouse is she's a ripped lady, and man, that was rare back then.
Yeah. I mean, this show had Princess Bula, who's like the big buff joke girl, the snoo girl on the saucy mare. But no, Mouse shows up and she's got abs and a katana and a southern drawl accent.
That's a lot.
Yep.
I will say though, in her second appearance in the show, and look, I'm aware that there's a chance that someone who worked on Reboot might be past this episode, and I would just like an explanation as to why Mouse's abs were removed in that second episode. Why were the abs nerfed? I'm not angry. I'm fucking furious.
Okay, well, I'll tell you that I have a pretty good guess. The same people that probably forced them to edit so that Dot had a mono boob, and also constantly made them make insane changes. The BS&P, Boards of Standards and Practices, forced the show to constantly edit and change characters and make things censored that had no rhyme or reason to be censored because they just...
Okay, so was there a point where the BSP just fucking exploded from existence?
Yes, there was. And they made fun of it in the show.
Because the second we hit season 3, I'm like, what is happening? So Woolie, okay, I want to say something about your favorite childhood show, of which I'm sure drives a lot of innocent memories. This show has a crazy relationship with sexuality. There is so much weird, like, if you know shit in this show.
Yeah, I agree with that. Initially, like, again, they were contained by the Boards of Standards and Practices, and in the first Talent Night episode where they're like taking with the Megamite thing, there's a lady with a big glasses that's like, no, we can't do that. What about the children? They're making fun.
Oh, right, yeah.
BS and P. Oh, we're living with BS and P. They're making fun of their censors, right? And the list of things they get, literally, they did not want Dot at the end of Enzo's birthday. Dot kisses Enzo and goes like, "Hey, gives him like a happy birthday" after singing the song. And they were like,
it was an oddly sensual song, Woolie,
but it was towards Bob, right? And then there's a little thing,
but it was Enzo's. Anyway,
and they were like, she's not allowed to kiss her brother on the cheek because it's incestuous. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, it's crazy. Anyway.
But, like, literally what is wrong with you if you see that and go straight to incestuous?
So the censors they made no sense. So if you're telling me that, like, yeah, those abs go away, I'm telling you, the same people that wanted Dot to not have 2 boobs, she must have one form, one mono boob. Yeah. Then that's probably what you're looking at.
I would say you're right, because now, don't worry, everybody. The abs do come back, so it's fine. But yeah, it's just very strange. But yeah, then we get to the end of season 2.
Shout outs to your X-Files episode, Trust No One.
With literal fucking Scully?
Yo, literally. They actually got her. Yeah.
Because me and Michelle been like we watch X-Files every now and then. It's kind of just something we like to throw on. And I'm sitting there being like, this Scully sound-alike is incredible. Like, she's getting like the tiniest little vocal inflections, and then I'm like, no fucking way. And I look it up, and it's her.
It's Gillian Anderson.
It's Gillian Anderson.
And so, yeah, you get data nully and fax modem. Perfect for their little X-Files send up. And yeah, the little connected thing that came out of the Painted Windows episode is now taking people out behind the scenes, and they got to solve what's going on. And that all leads into your web world war, right?
And you're kind of just watching it, and so it's right at the end, and basically Bob sacrifices himself and gets blown out into the web, possibly never to be seen again. And it's fucking crazy.
It's like he's gone. There goes your protagonist. And there's another line too where at this point ABC, the channel, was canceling the show. So they have a line where the ABCs have turned on us, treacherous dogs, and they're like,
oh wow.
So this is where they're basically like, all right, well, we don't know if the show's coming back, but that was also the shackles of the censorship and the kids show and whatnot falling away, yeah. But yeah, at the time, I mean, now it's like a known bit, but it's like at the time that was a very, like, the main character of the children's show is gone, and you're committing to this then.
But like, and it's not even just, it's like how they do it, you know, because like there's no, don't worry, Bob, I'll find you, and he's like, I know, and gives him like a thumbs up. There's an accident and he's gone. And it feels like, it feels insane, you know?
And I want to say there's also a moment right behind that where Hex and Megabyte enslaves Hex, right? So also the bad guys are just dominating, and has a supercharged like vector cannon that she then charges and aims at the principal office. And it's this feeling of like, oh my god, this show is like, they're going to war, and the setting is entering what I didn't know at the time but now know to call a chaos arc. Right? That was the first one I've ever experienced. Yeah.
And we're gonna get back to chaos, or back to Hex, but next comes, I think, my favorite episode of Reboot, and it is season 3. No, wait, not yet.
Yeah. I know what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
So the season 3 begins with basically Enzo's guardian now.
Yes.
Little kid, pick up the big boots you always wanted to fill. Go, do it, child. Figure it out.
And it completely starts to justify Enzo as a character, because now he has to do everything that Bob did, except he's a fucking kid.
Yeah, and they spend a bunch of episodes embarrassing him for being
he sucks.
A child that can't solve the problem, and people are getting angry about it. You know, they're mocking him, and like he's really unable to fill the shoes. And
Megabyte starts to, like, there's a point where Megabyte he basically turns to the camera and he's like, what if I start using propaganda? And it's like,
against the child.
Yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, we so the episode I'm talking about, it's basically the survival horror episode.
Okay, so I'm Dead Before Dawn. I'm Dead Before Dawn. The with the Evil Dead.
Yes.
Okay. Was that? Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, I think that's To Mend and Defend. I think that is To Mend and Defend. The first episode. Of
I think so. I think so. Yeah. This is the episode where I feel a bizarre and kind of dramatic shift in Reboot, because this episode is like the sensory board you were talking about. I can't imagine they're in the picture at this point.
Completely gone by season 3. Completely.
Okay, that makes sense, because this episode is violent. It's like mildly sexual in the design of the characters. And it's like, okay, so at this point, Hexadecimal is wearing like a leather mommy outfit.
Yeah, she has.
I cannot fathom looking at Hexadecimal's design and being like, what if we make it more sexual?
By like adding layers. They added layers.
It's... And like on top of that as well, like Hex is still going through all her weird like torture shit.
Yep.
Like Megabyte has a choker on her and he can electrify her whenever he wants. And the scenes of her getting electrified are brutal. Like... she is like burnt up and like she's like curling up, and it's so extreme. But
the game they introduce as well is like a Wolfenstein 3D first-person shooter, like, you know. And yeah, so the show gets canceled on Disney, ABC, and then is about to get pretty much done. And then YTV steps in and goes, yo, we love whatever you're doing. Take money and make more of it. So they just go, all right, we can do whatever we want now.
And oh boy, do they. Dot gets rebooted into Elvira here.
Yeah.
And I was watching this with Michelle, and Michelle's just like, why is Dot so hot? It's just like... And yeah, Michelle was kind of like... For the rest of the show, Michelle's kind of like... Dot's so pretty. It's like, okay, dude. Okay, cool. I'm down for whatever is happening here.
Dot is wonderful.
That is great. She's a legitimately great character, but also from this point on, they give her some fucking killer designs.
Okay. So can we talk about when command.com is in, she is the war general, and she gets her Vasquez gun and her big specs and comes in like she's ready for war with the
Do you remember what she says when she gets the Vasquez gun, Woolie?
What does she say?
So, okay, she positions the Vasquez gun like... It's a very phallic image of Dot standing there with this giant gun protruding from her crotch. And she looks at Mouse and says, "Does this make me look a little butch?" And Woolie, let me tell you, as someone who has been on a couple of lesbian nights out, I fucking know what they were doing with that scene. All right,
that's hilarious.
When I say Reboot has like a weird relationship with sexuality, all I mean is that the fetishes of the people who make it are on full display, especially at this point, and I'm all for it. We actually talked about this on the last Intermission Lounge episode. When is horny too horny? And it's like when it feels sincere, and when you feel like the people who are making it, it's for them, then it's cool. This is all great, and
it's right there for you.
It is right there. But so eventually then, and like I feel like we don't usually go through things like kind of in order of the story, but I feel like you have to with this show. Yeah. Because the progression...
Yeah, so to pull back the curtain a little bit, earlier episodes of Versus Wolves, we used to go episode by episode sometimes, and I felt like we don't have to do that. It takes a bit long, and the meat of what we want to talk about is in the strongest memories.
You want to let the discussion be a little more organic, I think. But in something like this, it is the progression of this show that makes it
It's special. Kind of the whole point. Yeah.
So anyway, we're battling the villains, and like, Enzo is trying his best, and eventually they kind of get the best of Megabyte and Hexadecimal, and everything's fine. All they got to do is find Bob.
Stick him in a firewall. A firewall! James Bond send up.
Oh yeah, and at this point we are just doing like parodies and references out the ass constantly. Yeah. There's like one of the little computer people running around is Sailor Moon.
Yes, literally.
It's yeah.
The binomes. Mm-hmm.
And next thing, what's this? A fighting game. Okay, we haven't seen that before.
I mean, so you can just imagine, you can transport back in time to 1997 and just think about what my living room looked like.
Oh, Woolie, just to be clear here, watching this show is like you are a little piece of origami and I am unfolding you with every episode.
Why is it so true?
I think there's so many like everything else you've recommended on this show that wouldn't apply, but that's what this is. Like you practically share DNA with this TV show.
My God.
Like I can see the pieces of you that crawled out of this,
Okay. All right. Yep. Respect. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, cool. Look, we have to do a little fighting game. The game sections are never my favorite. I prefer the interesting stuff with Hex and Megabyte, and like I'm kind of interested where this stuff's going. Man, it's taken them a while to beat this fighting game, though, isn't it? Huh? What? What the fuck? Andrea and Enzo lose the fighting game.
What do you mean they lose? The main character that you just lost, and now the new guy steps in, and then they lose. I want to say it's like a 10-second hang in the air when you hear game over, user wins.
Which is the first time you've ever heard that.
And it hangs, and you get one beautiful, beautiful shot that I know they made to show off the fact that they have facial detail and emotion sliders now.
Yeah, and I don't know. I kind of went back to the first episodes at this point because I'm noticing the show just looks a lot better. And I can't see... I don't know enough about 3D to say like what the significant improvements are. And maybe it might not even be technological improvements. It might literally be they know how to light a scene now. Like they've learned the actual practical theory for lighting a scene, you know?
They've learned how to light. Their characters have like IK. They have skeletons, and they're not just taking feet and bopping them along, you know? And then a big part of it, too, is they have expression sliders for all these emotions, high, happy, and then they can mix and match them so that you can go from one to the other or halfway in between two of them, you know?
Yeah, and there's actually a moment that I jotted down here. There's just one note that says Elvira dot is ... a lot.
yeah. She
this is going to shock you, Woolie, but I'm actually pretty soft on Elvira. I think she's okay. She's cool.
That's fine. That's fine. You know,
she's good.
Her crying Enzo no after that game loss.
That's the bit. I was just about to talk about that. This is the bit. I was literally just about to bring this up. This is in my notes. That is a spectacular piece of animation.
Yeah.
Fuck 3D, fuck for its time, fuck anything. That is just a great, emotional, sad piece of animation. My heart broke for Dot watching her little brother essentially die, and she's crying, and it's an amazing piece of animation.
And you have that like flexing what they're capable of doing now, where they're like, we're no longer just figuring out how to be the first show that does this. We're no longer just figuring out how to be a narrative show. We're making something that's like emotionally charged. Characters are developing and growing in ways that was just not a thing a minute ago. And you don't have to qualify this show anymore. Right?
No, okay.
There was always qualifying sentences, and we hit a point with Game Over where you don't have to qualify anymore.
Yeah, here's the thing I'd say about this show. The least interesting thing about this show now is the fact that it's 3D. That used to be the most.
Let's go.
That used to be the most.
Yeah.
I've watched your video on this, and I've watched Fox's video on this, and I have a vague memory of kind of what's coming, but when you get into that next episode, Icons, and you see Enzo and Andrea, and they look like they have both aged about 12 years, and Enzo is a fucking tank now. He is giant, and Andrea is also doing they're an attractive couple.
They're they're doing great.
They are hot people.
And I just, to say that, like, I was waiting for the fighting game. Turned out it was the most important game they played, right? That was great. And this wasn't in my memory, when I thought back to Reboot, I always thought that was a season-ending moment where Enzo lost the game. And it wasn't. Right? It was mid-season. They went hard swerve into a completely different show halfway through the third season. No, like, that's such a crazy thing to do, at the time. Like, I just never experienced anything like that. Whole new bit intro is now, I am a renegade. I live in the games. My format, I have no format, like we are on a different show now. Matrix.
Completely. And it's here where we meet my favorite character in the entire show. And that's Enzo. That's Matrix. That's adult Matrix. I think he is a genuinely really well-written character. I think like he's stubborn, and he gets angered easily, and he's paranoid, and he's aggressive, and the show has brilliantly gone from showing how why little Enzo would turn into this.
You know why? Yeah.
You know why. And here's the thing. I was thinking, why do I like this character so much, right? It's because he's Saturday morning guts.
Yeah, okay. Yep, he's got that going on.
But then on top of that, you have Andrea, who's like, her design now is great. Like, she looks awesome. She just rules, and she understands how to calm Enzo down. And they're not kind of in a relationship. They are in a romantic relationship with each other. They kiss. And what's more, like, you can see why they're together. Like, you understand the dynamic, and you understand she's very confident. She's more laid back. She's, like, you know, able to be like, hey, Enzo, fucking take it down a notch. It's cool. We're going to be okay. And he drives her forward. He is the person being like, no, we got to keep going. And it's like, I think there's genuinely, like, sweet scenes between those two.
She calls him lover, and
yeah.
They are the only foundation in each other's lives when they both have to survive the games as they grow older. They're the only things that each other has. It makes perfect sense that they would be the route and foundation.
100%. You totally get that, like, these two have been bouncing from game. So the way they've survived is they went back in the game, and since then have been going from game to system to game to system to game to system, hoping to make their way back to mainframe.
Yeah.
And it's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you're supposed to get deleted when you lose the game, but because Andrea came from a game, she's able to change her format, and thus Enzo's format, into something that leaves with the game instead of getting deleted by it, or nullified, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, like... Okay, I'm playing in ridiculous what-if territory that would never happen, but if they were ever to do more Reboot, obviously there is the thing that they should do, but... I would love to see a side series of, like, Andrea and Enzo in those early days going from game to... Because I'm like, every episode could be, like, a year apart, and you see them become who they are now.
Lost in the games. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would love that, because I think, like, you don't need that, because the show does an excellent job of showing you their starting points and showing their end points and giving you enough information to let you know in between. But it's, you know, I just think there's so much interesting shit there to explore.
So you have consumed a lot of media, John, right?
Yes.
I have consumed a bunch of media, and I know that one of my favorite things I've talked about often is the time jump. Right? Characters plus time. It's so cool. It feels really nice because growing up watching media where time moving was the thing that everyone was the most afraid of, people in shows are not allowed to change their clothes, right? Mm-hmm. So when KOF says Kyo Kusanagi is allowed to change his outfit, I'm like, thank God, let's go. It's so nice that, like, time is allowed to change. I love time jumps and movement because every piece of media I experienced for, like, the first 10 years of my life never were allowed to change. Never. It's the worst thing in the world. Everyone's afraid of it, right? So that being said, even though I'm a huge fan of the time jump in whatever form, it usually always is something where the character, you know, whatever it is, they improve, they grow, and now Naruto can do a better Rasengan, right? And he's got a cooler outfit, and there's a couple changes, and for the most part, you fast forward through things. Now, I don't know if this is something that you've seen before or this happens often, but Reboot with Enzo into Matrix is the only example I can think of where the time jump makes the character more badass, but also gives him insecurities and weaknesses that were not there before.
Mm-hmm. Like, his innocence is like gone, and, like, the hopefulness that comes with that innocence is also gone. And now, like, he feels fear, he's scared, and, like, one of the things is he's scared of losing Andrea. Mm-hmm. Like, this is one of the things that kind of will fuck him up and, like, get him really... And, like, there's even a bit I really like where a new character comes into it and is, like, flirting with Andrea, and it pisses him off, like, in a believable way.
Insecure, completely anxiety-ridden, traumatized PTSD victim. And, like, you usually start that way, or they develop in ways where they get over things in that way. But I don't. Yeah, this is one of those times where I'm like, oh, we watched the character get worse while becoming a badass. You know?
Yeah,
it's great.
But it's great. It's really, really good, and I think this period of the show for me is the golden age of Reboot. I am so invested. I can't wait to get back to watching it like every day. I think at this point I was watching like 4 a day to try and like finish it all.
That's a full arc. Yeah, episodes are in 4-episode arcs. So,
and then like even there's a bit in the so you have hack and slash as well.
Yeah.
And hack and slash, okay, interesting bit of trivia here. Hack and slash for me are like, you know, they're the characters from every single animated kid show.
And Rocksteady.
Does the boss want us to put it here?
Boss, right away, boss. Yeah.
But then there's a bit where they have to murder someone, and they're like, oh, I don't want to do this. It's like, oh, even these guys?
Yeah.
We're even doing these guys? You know, and it's great. It's fucking cool. Interesting. The voice actor for, I think, Hack.
Scott McNeil.
Yes.
Rat Trap.
He is he's the lower one, right? The lower register one.
Oh no, that's higher pitched. Hack,
okay.
I'm Hack.
Oh, okay. Slash, the voice actor for Slash.
Yeah. Okay.
He is. I don't think you watched it, but he was a part of one of your recommendations. Do you know which one?
No.
He's in Leprechaun Origins.
Oh my god.
Doing the most convincing Irish accent I have ever heard an American do.
Whoa, you pegged his voice?
Michelle did. She's a fucking computer with that shit.
That's crazy. What a pull.
Yep. And Woolie, he also features in a future recommendation.
All right. Time to...
And you know, if people want to do the groundwork there, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Interesting.
But,
yeah. I mean, I always thought more about Scott McNeil, the red one, because he's the voice of Rat Trap in Beasties/Beast Wars. He shows up in Dragon Ball, the Canadian dub. He's a much more prominent voice actor, and he shows up at every Canadian con.
There's a Canadian dub of Dragon Ball?
Oh, you bet your ass there is. Dragon Ball Z!
Oh, shit, actually, you know what? We got that in early Dragon Ball.
Okay.
I remember that show.
Before Rock the Dragon, or separate from that, yeah. And he wears a cowboy hat everywhere, and he shows up at all these Canadian conventions. So he's a well-known thing. But yeah, the voice, but Slash, I didn't know all this trivia. Interesting. Oh, good to know.
But yeah, he's good. He's a very good character actor. So we go through a couple of these, and we meet, for me, one of the few misfires of the show. Surfer.
Yep.
Not a fan.
Yep.
Not a fan.
Can I tell, before you tell me why, can I tell you why you're not a fan?
Go for it.
I can tell you why you're not a fan. The reason why you're not a fan is because Surfer is short for the Motorola Web Surfer. And that is a character that was put into the show as the winner of a contest in which a company was allowed to create a character. And the winner was a Motorola phone, web surfer phone browser. And that's who he is. He doesn't fit.
Okay, so first of all, the ideas of letting companies do like fun contests is the worst thing I've ever heard.
Awful. And I don't know. I assume it was a budgeting thing. I assume there was a cost to it or something. But I think times might have been tough. And I think they kind of needed a sponsor. And I think what we got was a character that was essentially an ad for a Motorola phone who had a Motorola logo on his chest. And that's why he's such a weird, out-of-place character that shows up and sticks around.
Yeah, because, like, he's cool, he has no flaws, but he also doesn't... Like, he affects the plot, but he doesn't matter in the story.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering would that be controversial, but yeah, I do not.
Not at all. No, Surfer sucks. Make no mistake.
So then I'm getting a little mixed up on the order of events here.
All right.
But
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little distracted looking through the list of shows that Gary Chalk has voice acted in.
Gary Chalk.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Yeah. Let's see what
Woolie, I'm listening to a book at the moment, and it's called Paperbacks from Hell, and it's about all these old crazy like horror paperbacks that came out in the 70s and 80s when horror was having this massive boom. And they were just like, it was going through all these old writers. Maybe this wasn't the exact name, but it was like, it had writers like like Gary Johnson, Owen McGuinness, Fox Wednesday. It's just like, whoa, that name rules.
Is that a Metal Gear Solid boss? Is he a part of the Cobra unit?
The inside cover is just this dude in a fucking leather mask.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So then, anyway, we go through a kind of few adventures, but what this ultimately kind of leads to is us being reunited with the pirate ship, which I'd never expected to come back from season 1, and them sailing the internet on the pirate ship.
Yes, the saucy mare.
The saucy mare.
Captain Capacitor.
And then we get attacked by a group of web pirates, and shit goes down, and their leader is Bob.
Yeah.
And it feels significant, and it feels like, oh shit,
and he's kind of melted, and like,
yeah, he's kind of fucked up.
His outfit is on his body. The texture is dragged. His hair is fucked up. His face is scarred, and he looks like somebody who survived going online.
Yeah. He has. This is a man who has survived physical comments.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And it's cool, but like in the first season, there's this like running gag where Enzo like runs at Bob and like tackles him, and here big Enzo goes to do that, and Bob's like, "Whoa, think you're a little big for that." And it's this moment which I love because like the fucking traumatized Enzo, he turns back into a child for a second.
Yep.
You know, for a moment, it's like everything that's happened to him falls away, and he's just happy to see his friend again. Yep. And like, it's great writing.
Yeah,
you know?
It's that moment where Kamina looks at Simon Older and goes, "Huh, when'd you get taller than me?" He's like, "Oh shit, I guess I have, huh?" Anyway, and then the show moves on. It's just a little exchange. It's like, right on, nice.
Yeah. And so we basically go back to mainframe, which has become a fascist state.
Oh, you mean Megaframe?
Yeah, not subtle at all.
Yeah,
and
they're goose stepping. But to be fair, the first episode with the binos marching, and there was also like a fascist like they're all marching to Megabyte's fucking military parade. So yeah, the promise of Megaframe has been yelled at about for every episode almost now, and it's here. Yeah.
And there's a lot of different stuff goes down here. We get more really good like Bob and hexadecimal stuff, but I think the part that I loved was, and I think maybe like if you point to me, that's like one moment that was like the kind of peak of Reboot to me. It's Matrix versus Megabyte.
Yes, this is it.
And the reason it feels so significant is after Bob like dies or disappears into the web, you get this moment where Kid Enzo tries to face Megabyte and he can't. Like, and it's pathetic. Megabyte doesn't even kill him. He's just like, "What are you?"
Because Megabyte grabs cars out of the sky and slams them violently to get you out of them and tosses them like they're nothing. So what the fuck is this child gonna do, right? Totally. And then
nothing. But then after everything, and again, like, Matrix is a fucking tank at this point, they have their final duel, and there's just this shot, and it pulls in from so wide, and it's rotating around this revolving staircase that they're both fighting each other up. And it is this moment where, like, not that the show hasn't justified its technology, but it's like, oh yeah, that's the kind of shit you can't do in 2D without ridiculous budget.
And and the thing is that the whole time that Megabyte's been, like, obviously taunting the kid, whatever, there's nothing he can do, he's inferior, useless, and he has that energy about him where he's like, what are you gonna do, child? He's like, he sees him, he's like, oh, the boy, you're bigger, okay. And he's like, now what? And Enzo walks up to him and just punches him in the chest and dents the metal of his chest in. And it's such a satisfying, like, wait, you can do that now? you know?
But it feels earned as well, because, like, a big part of this is, like, Enzo has given speeches about, like, what a badass he is now and everything he's had to do to survive the games. And so it's so believable, you know? It's great.
So he's going 1-to-1 with him up that staircase. Yeah, they actually. Yeah, you know.
And I would also say, like, Enzo being the one to fight Megabyte and not Bob is 100% the right call.
Right. He gets pulled away by Hex because they got their own thing. This is the closure.
Because their shit is more interesting than, like, Bob and Megabyte would be fighting because they're the protagonists and the main villain.
Yeah.
But Enzo and Megabyte make so much more sense, and then Bob and Hex make so much more sense because those seeds were planted.
And it makes so much sense that Andrea goes, "Oh, all right, this is your fight." She's there too, and she backs off to be like, yeah, you got this, you know? And later on, when, like, he beats him hand to hand, then because he puts the gun down, because he goes, oh, are you going to use your toys? And he goes, fine. Caves his chest in. Now what? And then Megabyte's like, oh, shit, my claws then. And so then Andrea's like, yeah, here's my trident. Fight him, you know? But she backs off to let that moment happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Andrea just, consistently cool character. I enjoyed every bit with her. I thought her voice actor was great, and
what is it with you and bikes? It's like, what? I like bikes.
So basically Megabyte gets defeated, but Mainframe is pushed to, like, everyone's going to die basically.
Yeah, he's, you have your classic, you can't kill the villain, but he skulks off and then gets pulled into the web, you know, and that's that. But the system is crashing around him. So during that time, the new form of Bob, which is like Glitch, his tool is fused with him, has power. He has plot power beams that he can Kamehameha, you know, like his powers to fix things. And so when Hex kidnaps him to do her chaos thing, he does that and, like, fixes her face so that she can express and, like, not feel like this hole that leaks out her essence is she's stuck covering it up the whole time. And that's a really crazy moment where just, like, this character gets that change, you know. I want to say, like, I think within these final episodes too is when she uses her. No, does she? No, I don't think it's yet. Does she transform at this point, or I think it's?
I think that's in a little bit.
Okay, it's a little bit afterwards. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, she gets the ability to have her face move and talk like a character and stuff, which is, like, a really cool thing at that last little part there. But yeah, the system is crashing, and all the previous bosses from the user games are still they're still RAM that are still, like, loaded into the system, but are just unused data. So as the crash is happening, you get these different incarnations of the memories dropping out, you know, to face down the person respective to who fought it. And oh, look, it's the Zaytan fighting game character that Enzo lost to that he now has to beat hand to hand as an adult. How about that shit?
It's so fucking cool.
And he just beats the shit out of that character and, like, blows them away with the gun. Done. Fight over, you know?
So then eventually the user resets the system and everything is kind of restored.
Everything is alphanumeric.
And we then get a musical that really feels. I'm guessing they thought this was it.
Yes.
That this was done.
This felt like we're out here. They had more story to tell, but there was no guarantees that they'd be able to tell them, which is why this third season felt like 3 or 4 of them. Like the arc of Enzo Child into adult into the end of Mainframe all took place in one season. And they wrapped up the story to the best of their ability, you know?
But there isn't like a bit of fat there. Like, I think every episode feels meaningful and interesting, and especially when you go back and see where they're going, it's earned. But like, you know, everything is it's good.
But they did set up these moments where you're like, there's an outer threat. There's Damon gets mentioned as something that's infecting the Guardian.
Damon keeps getting name dropped.
Like,
and at this, you know, at this point, I'm getting real.
Yeah,
I'm like licking my lips, being like, "Ooh, who's Damon? Who's Damon?"
They fight a bunch of Guardians that are infected, and in fact, the most brutal kill in the show is Andrea showing down against one of those infected Guardians and uses her nails to stab her in the neck, and like,
oh yeah,
and you see her like and then the blood, and then she just drops dead, and you're like, whoa, reboot.
There's also a bit where Matrix says ass.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. I guess we're doing that.
He sets his gun to Death Blossom mode, and it puts a target on everyone's head inside of a bar, and it starts spinning to do a super murder Death Blossom. You know, like it's pretty nuts at that point. Mm-hmm. So, but Damon is still. So then we get to point.
We get to season 4. And season 4 is a tricky one for a lot of reasons.
How did you watch it, by the way? Did you watch the episodes, or did you...
Broken up into 4 episodes.
Okay, because there were 2 movies initially.
Yeah. No, well, they definitely feel like that.
Yeah.
And so the first one is called Damon Rising. Mm-hmm. And this does... it tackles a really difficult problem for Reboot. Up until now, the main 2 villains have been, well, pretty much these are the consistent ongoing villains. You have Hexadecimal and you have Megabyte. And how do you follow that up? Like, that is a really, really tough question. And so I was like, what is Damon going to be? Like, how... Yeah. You know, and I actually thought they did something really smart with her. Did you want to say something?
Oh, I was just going to say that, like, the absence, as much as it was cool watching Matrix and Andrea go through the games, the absence of Hexadecimal and Megabyte was felt because none of these other villains in these other little off-worlds were anywhere as near as compelling, you know?
They weren't as compelling, but what I did enjoy with Damon was this idea that, like, Hexadecimal and Megabyte, they're both so verbose and theatrical and bombastic, and then you get to Damon and she's like, hello, I am Damon, and she's so pulled back in and quiet and gentle, but she can be gentle because she's a virus that infects everything. Mm-hmm. All she needs to do is like basically touch you or even like not like I think she can shoot tentacle things through the ground or something like that. She
touches the ground, and anything standing on the surface that her feet touches becomes infected with the word.
Yep. And they just become brainwashed, and one by one over the course of these episodes, you watch the characters all become brainwashed, and it's. I think I've mentioned this before. That's another thing in kids shows I love. I love the idea of the villain who can turn like good guys into bad guy versions of themselves. Yeah. And you slowly watch the balance of power tip. And that's what happens in this movie. So
the best thing about it too is that the character being brainwashed is just like completely like sold on all the theology of Damon, right?
Yes.
But they're still really nice, compelling people. And in Matrix, for example, is a mean person, but he has these nice, earnest moments. But someone like Andrea, while brainwashed, is like, she's like, tell me about this love that you feel for Matrix, and she's like, oh, it's the best thing ever, and she's so earnestly describing her real love, and she's like, oh, Deacon, do you love me? And he's like, of course, my lady, we all love you. And she's like, and Andrea's like, it's not the same, you know? And you're and like, I love those little things of like, it's the character, she's still in there, but
yeah,
you know, we just turned that off.
And even with Damon, and like I'd agree with you, she's not quite as compelling as like Megabyte or Hex, but there's little moments from her as well, like when Deacon fails her.
Yes. Okay, so no, I was saying that the villains in the moment you see Matrix in the games lost until we return to get to Damon. I feel like those are the villains I was saying didn't have much going.
Sure.
Because the absence of Megabyte and Hexadecimal is felt because there's no one else. And then now Damon, the next virus. The viruses are the real characters, right? Those are the...
Yeah. And like even like Damon, so like he fails her and there's barely a conversation and she's just like, okay, and he's deleted. Gone.
But the way they do it, this is because she goes, I'm sorry I failed you, my lady, the first time, and she goes, that's okay, no problem, you know, and she forgives him, and the second time he fails, she goes, okay, initiate program 101, and he basically, the glow around the brainwash glow goes off, and the way they do this bit, he goes 1-0-0-1-0-1-1-0-1. Oh. And then, you know, but that last, so like, good. The eyes open up and he goes, oh, you know, I just love that specific way they did it. Incredible. And you go, oh, that's what she does. That's why this is terrifying. That's why she needs to be stopped, because it's a self-suicide infection. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is horrible, but it's like everything about her as well is like, she's angelic, like she's celestial. Like even whenever she's on screen, like the music is like,
oh yeah, she's in a church.
And like I feel like in any other show she'd be like the princess you need to defend. But there is this quiet menace to her that like I was really into. I was like, this is a great fucking villain. And like as a follow-up to Hex and Megabyte, I am into this, you know?
And so the creator of Damon specifically was the same person that was behind the art book. And I got to have a really cool conversation about him, about like designing her to do exactly what you're describing, which is contrast the other two viruses, but be her own strong, impactful, unique thing, you know? And yeah, that kind of era of that energy of divinity, I felt builds up in a way where it delivers on this big momentum the series was pushing towards, you know?
Yeah. Now, I think I did have some problems with season 4, and I think one of the first big ones to me is like, I like the way they defeat Damon. I think that moment needed more time to breathe.
Yes. And they originally did have more time for it to breathe because this was supposed to be 3 movies and it was supposed to have a longer runtime, and they were forced to crunch it down, right?
You really feel that, because like what happens is basically like Damon, because she says, I am
the word.
I am not a virus. I am time. I am a time, and my time has come.
I am Damon. I am a super virus. I am not a virus. I am a time, and my time is now. And I think the word is Kron, right? And then they go, oh shit, a Kron virus. That means she's just set to detonate at a time, you know. And I just want to say, at this part, during as much as this is all rushed, 2 bits. One, Mike the TV becoming a televangelist, you know, I have heard the word, is just the dumbest, funniest, silliest bit. But I'm like,
I think Mike is a character who I was kind of like, okay, you can move on.
But him singing in the gospel song, I'm like, you know what, I'll take it. Okay. But my favorite character in Reboot is born in this part of the show, and that is Sprite Hexadecimal.
Hell yeah.
The sprite with the face and the little curly hair.
No, awesome design. Awesome.
like perfection in that character. Hex is the faith. I love Hexadecimal, and having her turn into that, just kind of, she's a virus, but she's a person, and she still likes Bob, and she's kind of like, hey Dot, you want to date this guy? No? Okay, well I guess you can come with me then, you know? And everyone's like, you know? And then also Enzo, she being like,
love children, couldn't eat a whole one.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone's like, right? And I want to say there's a bit too earlier with the Doctor Strangelove character when Megabyte is like, when they have to hack Fong's head to get the codes, and before we see Fong's head in a glass jar or whatever, there's a moment where Megabyte's like, all right, well, it looks like it's time to speak to the head, you know? And then the Doctor's like, ha 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 ha. It's such a great bit, you know? Anyway, totally. Love those throwaway lines.
Yeah. So then like when Damon like activates, when her time comes, the solution is that Hexadecimal is going to become a virus again, and Hexadecimal basically like fuses with Damon as she's spreading, and Hex's virus counteracts Damon's virus. And I think writing wise, that's a fucking amazing conclusion for Hex. Like, I loved that. I think the way it's done, though, I wasn't even sure Damon had been defeated. I was like, that felt a little... This feels a little bit like Dragon Ball Z when someone does a super attack and they're like, well, I got him and the world is saved, but the dust hasn't cleared yet.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of way?
There was a moment where I thought it was cool that the map out being infected is planet Earth. You know, zooms out and you start seeing like all of Earth, and you're like, oh shit, oh whoa, okay, it is our world, and the internet is connected on these nodes. But yes, excuse me, Hexadecimal's mask rushing through everything was just a like, okay, we have to solve the problem, and we have 10 minutes.
Yeah, and like I get it, and like I would not blame them, but like I would have killed for a conversation between Hexadecimal and Damon about the nature of being a virus and how Hex had now viewed that differently because of everything she's been through, you know?
There's one piece of that you get, though, which I really like. I like this new sprite Hex, right? And one of the best things about that, besides how incredibly perfect her design is when Damon infects everybody and she lands in mainframe, she sees Hex, and Hex is the only person she's mean to. She goes, no,
yes,
not
yes,
you. And she and then she slams her against the wall, and like she refuses. She's disgusted by her existence, and she's like, "You traitor! You know, why would you give up perfection? We should understand each other." And she's so kind. She's so kind, but the one person she can't fucking stand is Hex, who's no longer a virus. Right? I like that, and like that little part.
I love that. I want more. You know, more. I want to, but like, look, I get it. You know, they weren't able. I'm sure there was many factors going against them, and so then you know, Damon's defeated, and a portal opens up, and Bob walks through it. Original season 1 Bob, and that brings us to the film My Two Bobs, and.
Yep.
How are you feeling about My Two Bobs?
All right. So first of all, the Bob that walks out is the original voice too, as well. Michael Ben Yair comes back because the Bob that they found in the games, in the web, was voiced by a different person, right? Like the original voice actor, like moved to LA.
Do you know the only other show I have seen something like this done in?
Yeah.
Riverdale.
Oh, what happened?
They recast a character from season 1 to season 2. I basically think they were like, you're not hot enough for whatever, I don't know. And then in season 6, when the multi-universe chicanery starts, the season 1 character walks back into frame, and they're both like... and they literally have a wrestling match for who is the real character.
Oh my god. Okay. So, yeah, that's what we're pulling off here, which is a pretty funny bit. And it works because you have the older main character voice there. But this is definitely not what the last bit of this show was supposed to be, right? And,
in so many ways.
And I will definitely say that it has a huge problem, which is there's not much for the characters to do. And they kind of just have to spend time on this hijinks of who's Dot going to choose, you know?
Okay, and I will say I actually kind of enjoyed the drama of who is Dot going to choose.
Because the best thing I can say about My Two Bobs is I love that the conflict that Dot is having between perfect season 1 Bob and the current melted weird version of himself is that one of them represents the pure innocent joy of her past and the other is a modern stained dirty traumatic version that is real, and she's actively fighting against the urge to acknowledge the trauma by choosing the one from the past. And she's on the couch having therapy with Fong about it. I love that that's her conflict.
So, but this is the great thing about this movie. The idea of ultimately it comes back to this line I kept repeating in my head after watching this. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I liked you better before all the trauma. And it's like, oh, that's rough, dude. You know,
there's a part where they're like, oh, so go get Bob. You mean Glitch Bob? And she's like, no, Bob. And it's like, oh, you call the new current one Glitch Bob and the old one is just Bob, you know? And there's a moment where even how you name them is like, oh, yeah.
There's something profoundly horrible about that, because you think of being the more traumatized person. I could imagine fucking little sprightly pre-YouTube John walking into Michelle being like, hey, this is much easier, you know. But then you also think about it from the other direction when it's like, okay, well, imagine, you're with someone and you love them, but they go through all this fucking shit and they turn into something that you don't recognize anymore. Are you really not going to feel a pull to be with them before all this? And it's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. It's such a great concept, but it's maybe not a concept that gets fully explored, especially when the film kind of shows its hands.
So what I think is that you see that the way that Glitch Bob deals with it is by basically destroying himself. Right? It's so brutal. And he's he's been pretty much a protagonist the whole way through, but when everyone has the game handled and everything's going fine, he's like, I've got to get out of this armor. He loves Dot, and he's like, no, I can't be defeated by myself. I have to, and he's so desperate by that point. And Dot's like, I know it's fucked up, but I just want to be happy, and I deserve that.
And you kind of can't blame her.
Don't I just deserve that after all we've been through? And can we take a minute to acknowledge the other part about My Two Bobs, which is actually pretty good, is we get to go back in the past and see how Mainframe went to became Mainframe. You learn about their dad. You learn about Bob in the academy with his partner Dixon and Kilobyte, right? And how the experiment to contact worlds outside of Mainframe in the sister city went wrong, and the birth of that experiment while they were scheduling Kilobyte for deletion exploded and turned that into gigabyte, into megabyte, and hexadecimal. It was all connected.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Hex and Megabyte have always referred to each other as brother and sister.
Yeah,
and it's oh. Okay, I get it.
And at one point he picks up Nibbles and he goes, "Father," and you're like, "What?" And it's that's what he means is, Wellman Matrix, I believe, right? So, yeah, that was a cool thing to learn about the past while learning about My Two Bobs as well. But
yeah,
that's unfortunately, it's only the ingredients, but it's not enough there.
Yeah.
Right?
So then it turns out that New Bob is actually original non-glitch Bob is actually Megabyte in disguise, and he nearly marries Dot
because he was able to become a Trojan virus in the web. and he came back as a Trojan who could mask and hide as other things. And there's a great point where they're trying to find him, and he's turning into other characters, and then he uses all of his cronies till there's no one left to turn into, you know. And you're like, yeah, that is Megabyte. That's what you would do, you know.
Mm-hmm. And like, you know, it was cool to see Megabyte again, but I guess to me, like, they did such a good job of making Damon a villain.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly was kind of half expecting for Damon to show up again, because the scene of beating her just felt so nothing. And I think that kind of affected my enjoyment of this. But another part of me is like, oh no, we've done Megabyte. We've squeezed everything we can squeeze from Megabyte. I would like to move forward. I would like to do something different.
Yeah, but you only saw him fall off the cliff. You never saw the body, right? It's one of those villain endings, you know?
Sure, but to me, it's like the way you bring him back then is like they're fighting Damon, and it's like, no way, we're about to beat her. We're actually about to do it unless something that we weren't expecting. You know, like that's how you do, you know? And you don't make him the villain again.
So I didn't mind it, seeing as I thought they were going into a finale, right? And they wanted to, but could not. I did appreciate the idea that when he does have his way, and there's that last bit of like, yo, listen, man, no monologues. Time for the hunt. This is just revenge. I don't have time for, you know, I appreciate that little bit with him, but, you know, as I said in my video, rip Reboot, the hunt never came, you know. There was just, it was not a, the way I felt about it was the way I felt at the end of The Force Awakens, where it's like, this is not how I expected things to turn out, but whatever comes next has the potential to make this work.
Yep.
Whatever comes next.
And here we are.
John, how did you feel about
I had to message Fox and be like, just so I'm clear, is that it? Because I really didn't think that was going to be it. And I feel you, Woolie. That sucks. And, you know, I have my own things like that. And that is a long wait. And it ends on such a cliffhanger. You know, like it's just cut off midstream.
They did everything they could. And the fact that they squeezed this much out of a dying situation 3 times, I have to just go, yeah, you know what? All right. To the hub, Gavin, Ian, Phil, John, you did everything you could, and were...
Thanks, Woolie, but I only just talked about it for a little bit.
So anyway, this show like defied the odds by coming back when it was supposed to be dead many times, and that thing of never knowing when you'll get a chance to really finish it off. It's hard to put a bow tie on something, get it wrong, realize you have to untie that bow tie, and then come back in and then be like, okay, maybe now we're gonna tie it again. And
because there was a web comic or something.
There was Paradigms Lost, yeah. Which was supposed to be a part of a reboot effort, which you know, look, the reboot thing, they do some stuff in that. There's some ideas in there that they overall are like, there's some interesting stuff, but not worth getting into beyond the idea that they thought crowdsourcing the ideas from the fans was going to be the way to tell the story via a Zeros to Heroes marketing comic brand. It was a bad idea, and a million things go off the rails from there. You can go watch any of the videos to find out more about it. But
I was thinking how like I could probably, it'd be cool if there was like a main video essay that I could do, like explaining everything that's kind of happened with Reboot.
Yeah. You know, there's so much history there that nobody knows about that it would be a pretty good topic to hit on. I agree.
Yeah, and I feel like there's kind of some, like, I don't want to put this disrespectfully, lesser YouTubers who have kind of attempted that kind of thing. And I just feel that... You okay, Woolie? You all right?
My back. I'm just stretching my back.
Okay, cool. Yeah. And it's kind of like, you know, for me, it's like now, well, like the A-team is here. Like, I kind of... everyone can step back.
You know, just the reddest ocean. So much blood in the water right now, you know?
But yeah, look, you just no other way to describe it. It's tragic.
So this is, I guess, just to, like, how do you feel about something where Futurama ends and then comes back and ends and then comes back and ends and then comes back and ends and nobody knows what to make of any of it?
I don't know. I love King of the Hill, Woolie.
Okay.
And, you know, I got halfway through that new season. I got to the episode where Hank loves soccer. And I said, you know what? I think King of the Hill's been over for a while.
Okay.
And I think, like, look, media and licensing, it's a fucking strange, impossible thing. And I think ultimately you have to do what kind of me and you do with Berserk, where we kind of drew the line and we're like, this is it for me. Like, this is the end of Berserk, and I'm cool with that. I would love if Reboot came back and was legit and was great and made the fans happy. Will that ever happen? I don't think it's impossible. Like, I mean, I feel like, you know, I watched CM Punk come back to the WWF. I saw Shenmue 3 happen. There's so many things in my life I never thought I'd see that I saw. I don't know.
It's not a perfect show, and you know, we know this, but holy shit, what a ride, you know?
Okay, well, let me my entire review of this show is exactly what I said earlier, and that is that the fact that it's 3D is the least impressive thing about it.
I love that. That's great. What was your favorite game, just out of curiosity? I have a guess, but it was...
Oh, it was the horror one.
Okay, the horror game. Okay.
Yeah, I liked that a lot. I liked the raccoon one as well, but more so because I just thought the dynamic of Enzo being a fuck up for that was great too.
Right. Okay.
Why? What did you think it was?
Well, it was only 2 seconds in My Two Bobs, but there was a wrestling game.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah.
And you see Enzo, you see Matrix off the top rope going,
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
Willie, we got to rank.
We do.
Reboot.
We do. So let's do it. Thank you for taking the journey through, because that was a full ass journey through, and I, like you said, it is about how that feels, not knowing where those twists and turns are going to be. But by the end, hopefully that origami that you've unfolded is just me, like...
Yeah, it was just you. I was like, oh, it's just Woolie.
Yeah. So, let's look at that list.
Okay. So, let's be real here. I think we need to invent names for the sections,
for the tiers
of the list.
I agree. You already named the Throne of Heaven, so this has been established.
Yeah. So I would say everything from... So starting at every Leprechaun movie and ending at Silent Hill Ascension, that's the bottom of the pile. What do we got?
Okay, well...
What do we call them that?
Well, okay, I can start... how about this? I'm thinking about, if you have the throne, right, then from everything up to a certain point from top down is Outer Heaven, is it not?
Beautiful, love it. So starting at a real boxing fight, where does Outer Heaven ends? I think it ends at Kill 6 Billion Demons.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I want in my heart for Galactic Heroes, once it's when there's more of it to get in there, but as Vinland Saga probably also belongs in there once more time is put on it, right?
Yep.
So
sure.
Outer Outer Heaven.
So that's going to be Outer Heaven. Because the list is so long now that we should put some order on it.
I agree.
So then I would say from Invincible season 1 to 3, I would say down to Caribbean food.
Yeah, is that the earth, the firmament? Is that the foundation?
See, I think it's even maybe a little better than that. I wonder, is it path through the clouds?
Okay, all right. the heavenly path. The path. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I would say that goes right down to Fear and Hunger.
Okay, can we call it the cloud path?
Yep.
All right.
And I'm going to say that everything down to Fear and Hunger then is the field of competence.
It exists. Mm-hmm.
And then the bottom tier Trash Islands.
Here there be dragons. I don't know. Just the Valley of the Wretched, man.
I love it. Yep. Okay, so starting at the bottom, the Valley of the Wretched is Silent Hill Ascension, Omicron, Missing and Fighting Games Tournament, Sexy Hiking, every Leprechaun movie. Moving on to the Field of Competence, we have Cyber 6, Solo Leveling, Police Knots, Fear and Hunger, Caribbean Food. Caribbean Food is the last entry in the Cloud Path. Twin Peaks, Scavenger's Reign, Darkest Dungeon 2, Hunter x Hunter, Kaiji, JJK Season 1, Gunpla, Vinland Saga, Sacred and Terrible Air, starting BJJ, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Invincible Season 1 to 3, and Outer Heaven is Kill 6 Billion Demons, Dokapon Kingdom, Kamen Rider Gav, Earthbound, Mother 3, Starting Boxing, Roman Reigns, The Vengeance Trilogy, Kendrick Lamar, The Shibuya Incident, and a real-life boxing fight. Could we change a real-life boxing fight to Fighting Your Friends?
Sure. Fight your friend. Yep. Fighting your friend is good.
Okay. So I think let's start off in the Cloud Path here.
Okay, this is a nice elevator, right?
Yep.
We've unlocked shortcuts at this point in the game.
Yep. Fast travel has been activated.
Let's go. I agree.
Okay, I think Reboot beats Caribbean Food. I think it beats Twin Peaks Season 1. I think it beats Scavenger's Reign. Again, just to know everyone, this is going off the median enjoyment between us both. Obviously, this is a massive series with Woolie. I really, really enjoyed it.
Okay.
There are points that I even loved, so keep that in mind. I think it beats Hunter x Hunter. I think it beats Kaiji. I think it beats JJK Season 1. I think it beats Gunpla. I think it beats Vinland Saga Season 1. I think it beats Sacred and Terrible Air. I think it beats Starring Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I think it beats Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Which means if it can beat Invincible Season 1 to 3, Reboot enters
Outer Heaven.
And I think it does.
I agree. Now
I think it beats Dokapon Kingdom.
Okay, yeah. We're slowing down those steps, right?
Those stairs are getting real steep.
They're getting heavy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it beats Kamen Rider Gav.
I believe that's correct.
I think it beats Earthbound.
Okay, and this is where I am satisfied wherever we go.
Well, I'm just conscious of the fact that this is the series for you, right? Mm-hmm. This is, again, unfold the little origami Woolie. That's what watching this was. I understand how big a piece of you this is.
But it's...
And I loved it.
But
I thought it was great.
And a lot of it is nostalgia. I'm glad that in talking about it...
No, I disagree with that. Like, sure, I'm sure there's nostalgic elements of this for you. I think this is a genuinely good show that stands on its own.
Okay.
And like one of my barometers for that is like when Michelle starts watching something with me, I know it's not just nostalgia.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So your new number 8.
Let's go.
Is Reboot.
Outer Heaven.
Do you know what's kind of fun about this as well? We can start like pointing to the WrestleMania sign and being like, I'm recommending this, and I'm aiming for the field of competence.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll land in the field.
That's fun.
Mm-hmm. This is good. It's about time we unlocked fast travel, really.
Yeah, it's probably overdue. Okay.
Shall we recommend or die?
Recommend or die. Okay.
I'll start us off.
Go for it.
Okay, so the pressure of this episode is quite immense because, you know, how do we follow up what we did last time? We've said many a time, well, shit, I don't know, but we've been here before, so let's just figure it out, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I guess I just want to say about the last episode, I just want to say, like, the response to last episode and seeing how much people appreciated those segments, that meant the world to both of us. And, you know, we love doing this podcast, and I think it's our nature that there's always going to be episodes where we take wild, crazy swings, and that was my favorite episode we ever recorded.
Oh, yeah.
And it, like, the response to it and, like, the fan art, and just thank you so much, everyone. It was, like, honestly, we'll put some of the fan art on screen now. It was...
sick. Super sick.
Just... like, we have the coolest fucking community, and just thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, no, that was a wild swing, and it paid off, and we had all these crazy chunks to it. Like, what a journey of an episode, and, you know, we put production value effort in, and, like, it feels like people really liked it, and it worked out. So, that's awesome. And as we once again enter hour 4 of your time, I hope you enjoyed this journey here as well. And so keeping up with that, right? And keeping up with what we closed on. You know, after flying kites, John, here's what I'm saying. You're right.
You know, Woolie, sometimes you have this way of saying John in this section particularly, and I'm always like, oh, here we fucking, it puts me so on edge.
But this is sincerity, because you know that was a moment that I felt we shared, and I think that I really appreciated that. And so in the spirit of flying kites, let's try this again. I've never experienced the Guardian Code. Okay? I've never experienced the Guardian Code. I never had the wherewithal.
Yeah.
We're on a reboot kick. I would like to experience this thing that I was too afraid to experience with a friend.
I'll hold your hand.
Okay?
I'll hold your hand.
There's more to go here. And it's a threshold that I've never crossed, and I felt like we can do that. You know, Punch Mom told me that there are psych studies, there are papers that have been written about how people who go through stressful, traumatic situations together end up bonding strongly over them. And I'm
going to say we're plenty bonded, Woolie.
Yeah, no, but like there are papers written about like adversity, you know, bringing people together, and it's apparently explains everything from frat house hazing to boot camp for the military. So, you know, there's a whole thing about that. But all this to say, much like the new Berserk was a step into the unknown, you have already previewed some of it, but I would like to put this to rest. And as a Reboot fan, and as someone who's now joining us over here, I would like to discover what the fuck happened.
I get it. You got to unclench that muscle.
It's been years. It's been decades. So your recommendation, if we may try this again one more time with full sincerity, is to watch The Guardian Code with me, and together let's find out what the fuck awaits here.
Both seasons.
There's 2? Oh! There's 2 seasons? I thought there was one!
I believe there is.
Fuck off, there's 2 seasons! No! Come on!
This is 1 season.
Okay, no, 1 season, stop. Don't do that.
There's 1 season, it's 20 episodes.
Okay. All right, look. Fuck! Okay, all right.
Look, no, well, like, if we have to do this, we have to do this.
You can use the skip button if you need to.
Woolie, this was your recommendation.
I know.
Look, okay, dude, all I can tell you is that there are 2 seasons on Netflix.
Oh, they split it into 2. Okay. All right. Just look. All I know is,
Woolie, listen. We got to do it. There's no way around it. We have to do it. You say we're going to bond through trauma? Well, 20 episodes of fucking trauma coming right up, my friend.
Fuck, I thought there was less. Oh.
This is, wow. This I have never seen a recommendation fall out of one of our hands and explode up into the person who did it.
That's how that's how afraid I didn't even look. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just said,
well,
ah.
I know just enough about this show to say, Woolie, this is going to be wild. There is shit in here that I know you don't know is coming. And
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just if you have to protect your psyche, do so. It's whatever by whatever means necessary.
I refuse. This is what we're doing. I have a lot of affection for the double blind recommendation. We've only done it once before, and I have another one that I will be doing in the future. This is what it's got to be. We are going to find a way. We are watching both seasons of Reboot, The Guardian Code.
Why do I feel like now it turned around here? Like the backfire is wild, but okay. All right. Oh God damn it. Okay. I was really in the bang it out in an afternoon and just, okay. All right.
No.
You're
going to be doing little but raising that child and watching Reboot, The Guardian Code.
Okay.
Now, Woolie, point her away from the screen.
Oh, I'll believe.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
You do not want this child's formative media to be Reboot, The Guardian Code.
All right. Come fly this kite with me.
Okay. Woolie, it's funny that you put on the leprechaun hat earlier.
All right. We can talk about fucking leprechaun origins. Jesus Christ, man. Fine.
No, that's not.
You said Slash is in it, and it's too,
No, Woolie. No. I mean, you can watch the Leprechaun Origins. It's the worst Leprechaun movie by a stretch, and you did not like the others. But I know what you're going to think of that. That's not fun. But it got me thinking about the Leprechaun series, and it got me thinking about how that was probably the biggest gap between what I thought you would think of it and what you thought about it.
Okay.
And I think a big reason for that is you're not into trashy horror.
Sometimes, but not always.
Okay. Horror is very important to me.
Mm-hmm.
I love horror. And so, in the next 2 months, I am actually be going to doing a little horror double bill because I want to try and learn about you and your tastes in horror, and I want to come at it from a couple of different angles as we approach All Hallows Eve. So I'm going to be recommending you some horror, Woolie.
Okay.
I'm going to be recommending you a very different kind of horror, and I think you have some experience in this, but I don't think you have a lot. Woolie, I recommend you Junji Ito. I have curated a little list of Junji Ito short stories for you to read.
Okay.
This is not a super long list, and I had to kind of be a little tactical with it. And I guess what I'll say to people is, Woolie is currently raising a newborn child. I genuinely wanted this to be something that he could get through in a matter of like hours if he wanted.
Appreciated.
Woolie,
thank you. Yes.
Here is your reading list.
Especially with the fucking Guardian code. Anyway.
The stories are Used Record, Shiver, Fashion Model, Hanging Balloons, Marionette Mansion, Painter, The Long Dream, Honored Ancestors, Greased, also known as Glycericide, Fashion Model, Surgery Girl, Army of One, Hanging Balloons, The Human Chair, and bonus Uzumaki Chapter 1. If you have time to make it through the rest of Uzumaki, go for it. And the first episode of the Uzumaki anime. The first episode, underline nothing past that.
I can combo break that part. I did the first episode of Uzumaki. Yeah, I did it.
Okay, well then that's off your list.
All right. I also, the only other thing I would have been able to do it for was the Amigara fault.
I knew, but I mean, like, we definitely... Wait, I didn't put that on the list. I would say to the people listening, I would say you should reread it, Woolie, but to the people listening, the Enigma of Amigara Fault is completely on there as well.
Okay. How would you recommend I consume this?
Well, the vast majority of those stories I just listed are actually contained in the Junji Ito book called Shiver.
Okay.
And that is basically, it's the best Junji Ito collection. It's just fucking phenomenal. It's just banger after banger after banger. You should be able to order that fairly quick. You'll be able to find it in probably most decent comic book stores. And then the other ones, you know, you can get creative. I'm gonna say now that anyone on the Versus Wolves Discord, if I catch you linking an illegal file, you're banned. But I'm also not going to have time to check for the next month. So this is the honor system, guys, okay? And yeah, Woolie, that is your recommendation.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess you will learn. About me with horror and stuff, because there's some Japanese horror that hits and there's some that don't with me. And roll the dice and see how it lands, you know? But yeah, I'm curious here, and like I genuinely think one of the things you did over the course of this podcast is you genuinely like opened my eyes to hip hop. And I have an appreciation for hip hop that wasn't there before. If a hip hop song comes on, I get excited in a way I didn't before. And cool. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do the same for you in horror, but I want to try. Okay. Yeah. And I mean, you know, we'll get into it next time, but like there are some horror examples that I love. Mm-hmm. But it's just I'm not the person that's out there seeking it on my own as a foundational thing, whereas a ton of my friends are, you know.
See, that's how I was with hip hop, but now I will seek hip hop.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of curious to see if we can make some progress here.
Okay, I'll give it the earnest.
Yeah.
All right.
It might sound like I linked a lot of stories, but there's like most of them you can inhale a Junji Ito chapter in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Like, if these are not text dense things, these are not things that take a while to get through.
Sounds good. All right, so next episode, Junji Ito versus Reboot the Guardian Code. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, dude. See you guys next time, okay? Bye-bye.